you very much. Going to get whole screen, yeah. Great. Thank you for that. Welcome along, wherever you're joining us around the world, to India's first ever World Athletics Continental Tour track and field event. We're due to get underway in 30 minutes from now here in the Kalinga Stadium in Bhubaneshwar in the northeast of India. And we already have somewhere around, I would estimate, 6,000 or 7,000 spectators in the stadium. They're being entertained by the parades and the national music that you can see. A very lively, a very youthful crowd. There's whole school groups in here on a Sunday from college. So the atmosphere is building. This is Jeff Whiteman with the Indian broadcasting legend that is Milind Wagley. And we're looking forward to this one, aren't we?
Oh, amazing. We were talking this morning about how crowds inspire the athletes, how they inspire the sports persons. Imagine an empty stadium and the athletes perhaps turn around and say, oh gosh, why are we doing this? But when you have these school children out here, a double edge, for example, the crowds there, and more so these athletes from 17 countries are going to inspire them. Some of them will become a Neeraj Chopra for India for sure.
Well, this is all against the backdrop of India potentially bidding to host the Olympic Games in 2036. They're getting murmurings of the right kind to bid for that, but it's important as a preparation that major events like this on an annual basis are taken. The progression for this meeting is very clear. It starts off at bronze level. The target will be silver and then gold and maybe diamond league over a period of time. So, a big day for Indian sport generally.
You know, when you land into the airport here at Bhubaneshwar, you have a couple of choices. One is to go an hour away at Puri, which is the famous temple of Jagannath Puri. Lake. But over the last 2 days, I'm sure for everyone out here, the place to visit has been the Kalinga Stadium in Bhubaneshwar.
Yes, and as they say, for the young people watching, see it, then be it. Be inspired, see people that you can relate to from your state, from your city, doing great things in track and field, running, jumping, and especially throwing in India at the moment, and then have a go yourself. So I gather, after Chopra won his medal, India sold out of javelins.
Yes, and this, of course, what you're watching now is the traditional Odia. The dancers, they perform at various festivals. As I said, the festival of Jagannath Puri, which draws millions of people. It's not lakhs. They draw millions of people. It's a sea of humanity at Jagannath Puri. And this is what is being showcased. India, of course, from Kanyakumari in the southern part of India to the Himalayas in the north, and from Kolkata or the northeast part of India to the western part, which has some wonderful locales, as I said. The festivals, in fact, we are now around, this is the time when the monsoons start receding and the festivals of India start building up. It's a crescendo right from August up to December. Oh, what color. And look at that color out there.
Yeah, you couldn't wish for more for the young people that are in here. A great reception when they started performing, and now they're making their way around the track. We've got 19 nations represented here, so it's a properly international event. I've had a look at some of the stadium records. I think there's at least 8 or 10 of those that are under serious threat here, notwithstanding that there are major championships that have been held here in the past.
So yes, color, there'll be plenty of color on the track and the field as well. Athletics has changed, sports has changed. You keep on using the word 1896, and you go back to 1857 or around then, when Baron Pierre de Coubertin said, get the nations of the world together on one platform, forget caste, color, creed and religion. And this is now the 200 nations at the Olympic Games, 200 odd nations at the World Championships, whether it's football, whether it's hockey, whether it's athletics, and this is a huge festival.
Well, and more imminently than any Olympic Games, the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow next August. In fact, I think it's pretty much exactly a year today that those slightly pared back games will take place. No road events, but otherwise track and field is the full programme, and a great opportunity for India to build its credentials as an athletic nation.
Music building up. This has now been an integral part. anthems, the flag bearers, the torch bearers. You have the flame which goes around every city at each of these games. How life has changed, isn't it? And a journey. When you look at these pictures out here, look at some of the big events where you have had plenty of color.
Well, and also, the last time I was in India was for the World Half Marathon Championships in Delhi, way back in 2004. So I've had 21 years since I was last in India. And you can see the progress that's been made in all areas of life, but especially in sport. I mean, look at this beautiful stadium. Absolutely fantastic. We had some qualifying heats in the sprints events early this morning through to finals this afternoon. And it was absolutely superb sprinting. Very, very still at that point. I don't know if the wind will get up a little bit this evening.
We will have the blue ribbon event, the 100 and the for the men and the women. We are going to start off with the javelin at 5 o'clock, followed by the 400 meters, and then of course the women will be there in action. You must also remember that these athletes are vying for a place in the not only in the India squad, but some of the others who have come. You know, I went back to the 100 meters flavor, and you got an international flavor there. You got Iraq, you got Telangana, you got Reliance, you got Malaysia, you got Philippines. So it's an international flavor for the 100 meters as well.
Yeah, one of the heats had one different person from each of the participating countries here this weekend. So yes, a fantastic opportunity, especially for smaller Asian nations to try out their athletes at a high level, see if they sink or swim on the international stage. And this has been a collaboration between public and private bodies, the International Federation of World Athletics, the Federation in India for Athletics, and it's honoured with the presence of the Chief Minister of Odisha. That's the state in which we are now. That's Mohan Sharan Marji. He's here. He'll be presenting some of the medals a little bit later on, and closing the show. It's a 3-hour one-day event, and we have 17 event disciplines in those 3 hours.
Yes, we have the Rath Yatra, which is the a part of the Odisha religion and the cultural festivities. It's a vibrant festival, Jeff, celebrating the victory of good over evil with elaborate decorations and pandals. So these are some of the colorful festivals we keep on seeing. The Makar Sankranti, the Chandan Yatra, the Durga Puja, the Mahashivratri. Every caste, color, creed and religion is available for you in every state, and that is what makes India such a wonderful secular country.
Yes, it's a very melting pot subcontinent, isn't it? What's exciting for me here is as we see the dancers and the performers making their way slowly around the track, the stadium is still filling up at speed. The estimates were somewhere between 6,000 and 8,000. I think it's going to be more than that. I'm looking at a back straight that's already half full and a home straight more than half full.
What better to do on a Sunday evening rather than going to sleep with a heavy lunch, but maybe having an early brunch and then trooping your way out here at the Kalinga Stadium and talking to the festivals. Of course, what you will be watching is the Chahu Festival. That's one of the big festivals out here, the tribal festival which features the dynamic Chahu grants, showcasing the culture and the heritage of Odisha. That's the beauty of this country. Like any other country in the world, you know, you come from the United Kingdom, Scotland, Ireland, Wales, and England. There's so much of festivity that takes place throughout the year as well.
And sport is a great opportunity to bring people together from very, very different cultures and across land and sea. There are British team members here. I had a chat with them at breakfast after the morning session. There's a couple of them nervously awaiting their turn. The World Athletics Continental Tour begins with the challenger level. India is already coming in at bronze level. There are strict criteria that have to be met in terms of prize money, budget, broadcast, footprint and things like that. The Federation is very well aware of what needs to happen to move up. Gold level is rare around the world, and then beyond that we have the Diamond League, which is the absolute top tier, the pinnacle of annual one-day events in athletics.
Mahashivratri that you did watch a few minutes ago, the festival which is dedicated to Lord Shiva with special prayers and of course the rituals performed at the temples. Some of the others are the musical festivals like the Raja Rani Musical Festival, showcasing Indian culture, music, and that's held at the Raja Rani temple. So yes, this is exactly what we're going to be watching, but I make it about 20 odd minutes from now when 2.5 hours or close to 3 hours of festivity on the sports field. What more can we ask for?
It's a significant time of year because although almost every nation has had its national championships, they haven't finalised their squads for Tokyo Worlds and one or two other age group championships around the world, and in particular relay teams. Relay teams are still being mulled over who will be part of the travelling squad. I'm particularly interested in that women's 100 metre final where we've got, I think, all four members or three of the four members of the Indian women's team that took a medal in the Asian Games 4x100 metres. So the comrades turned rivals for the next hour or two.
Will the blue dominate the 100 meters in the women?
I think so. I think there was a lot of Indian blue going on.
Reminds me, Jeff, of what happened or what will happen 5 days from now. The Constituent Assembly, the Parliament in New Delhi,
yes,
on the 14th night, the 15th night of 1947, when the tricolour was unfurled for the first time ever.
And there go the tricolour balloons celebrating the opening of this event. We're still just over a quarter of an hour away from our first activity. Look at that against the clear blue sky. Beautiful.
Do you think these are festivals, and I call each of the sporting events a festival? Do you think these are the festivals from which you will pick up not necessarily an athlete, it could be any sport, but more than that, you'll churn out some wonderful human beings of a very unified world now, isn't it?
Yeah, my personal view is that sport is a metaphor for life. You know, it's the more you put in, the more you get out. There's a sport out there for everybody. There's dancers and entertainers and performers. You know, we've got a predominantly teenage audience at an impressionable age wondering what they're going to do with their lives. Sport's not a bad thing, whether you're participating, volunteering, officiating, or working in sport.
We should be coming up now for the introduction of the first event. That's going to be the women's javelin throw.
All of the events, track and field, will be introduced en masse at the gate at the top of the stadium. There's sparklers there. There's security guards there just checking what's going on. And then they'll come to the throwing sector at the far end of the arena. 9 throwing in the women's javelin, which means that the order in which we see them come through the gate will be the order in which they throw. But at the end of the first 3 rounds, the 9th place athlete will be eliminated, and then the remaining 8 will have rounds 4, 5 and 6 in reverse order, with the 8th place athlete throwing first and the leader throwing last. And India loves javelin, not as much as cricket, not as much as hockey, but it's getting there, isn't it?
I'll tell you something, some of the celebrity events that I am fortunate to attend to, you have a Virat Kohli and a Rohit Sharma and a Sachin Tendulkar, and in walks Neeraj Chopra, and all eyes turn to Neeraj Chopra. They all forget that there's a Virat Kohli, Sachin Tendulkar, and a Rohit Sharma. That's the impact that he's made on the world scene now.
I've bumped into him a few times at training camp in South Africa in the winter, and he can go about his business ordinarily there in the gym and out on the track with his coach and training team. But I think when he comes back here, he's mobbed, isn't he? He's can't pass anonymously. There's the lineup in throwing order of the athletes. The probable favourite is Anu Rani. She's got a 63.82 personal best. You can see there she's throwing at number 7 out of the 9 throwers in each of the rounds. So let's get ready to welcome them into the stadium. Here they come, our first event of the day, first event of 17, first event final at a World Athletics Continental Tour event ever in India. Here we go.
Yes, truly it's an historic day, the 10th of August 2025, a red letter. When you have an event of this nature being organized in a country or a city for the first time, sets the trend for future events to come of this nature.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how grand this stadium looks, and the officials were on point this morning. It just raises the bar. The expectations go to a global level, and everybody else has to rise with it. So we've got technology here that wouldn't have been available or in use in India 10 or 15 years ago. So it's a sign of the times, and India moving with it. Deepika has thrown 56.41 this year from the Haryana state. Jyoti, she's one of 2 throwers who've got a season's best of 55.55. So the spear will be landing very similar territory. Uma Chowdhury was the 2024 All-Indian Police Champion. Ramyashri Jain is the national bronze medalist this year. Now this is the national record holder of Nepal, Chandrakala Lamgardi, a 47.60 national record though, so it's a developing event in the neighbouring country of Nepal. Now one of the athletes who could challenge here, Hattarabag Lekamalagi of Sri Lanka. She was the 2023 Asian Games silver medalist. And this is Anu Rani, I would say the hot favourite to take this. She's the only athlete with a personal best in excess of 60 metres, but it's one thing being a favourite on paper and then achieving it. Shilpa Rani was 7th in the Commonwealth Games last time around, and the final thrower at 9 was a World University Games finalist for India, representing the National Railways team. That's the lineup. They'll make their way slowly, I notice, walking, not sprinting down there, just taking their time, going down the back straight, a few more practice throws, and then they'll be getting underway with that competition at exactly 5 o'clock local time. The one thing I didn't check is whether the Ranis are related. They came out consecutively there.
No, Rani is actually Rani is means queen. So in the north of this country, you use Rani for a woman or a girl. So not necessarily not
necessarily blood relatives. Well, Anu Rani, 2023 Asian Games bronze medalist from Uttar Pradesh. Not sure if there's anybody from the home state of Odisha. And they do represent corporate teams as well. So we have some state representation, obviously our overseas teams, but also company clubs, as it were.
That's right. You have the Reliance Academy team, and you have the JSW team, as also the Indian Railways with a huge network, and then you have the Indian Army, which is being represented out here. Likewise, the Navy and the Air Force as well.
There's a warm-up track around the back of the main stadium. Athletes will have been warming up there. They come out for prescribed periods of practice in the arena. The one with the longest lead time is the pole vault, where they come out 90 minutes before the start of their event. We can see the long jumpers and triple jumpers on the back straight. There they are in vision. In fact, that's the javelin throwers at the high jump sector on the first bend, warming up with the rubber balls and the rubber bands, just getting the shoulder joint working, getting that explosivity primed, ready for the competition. But they'll have been practicing out in the warm-up area. And the horizontal jumpers, we've got simultaneous long jump and triple jump, just adjacent to them on the back straight.
Interestingly, the javelin throw for the men and women, Jeff, was introduced in the 1908 Olympic Games. So we go back to quite a long time when the javelin throw was available for the women, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's always been a very visual event, hasn't it? It's always the one that gets an ooh from the crowd. The only one perhaps equivalent is pole vault, where people are sort of quite taken aback by the distances and heights involved. They can't necessarily relate to somebody clearing 6 metres above the ground or throwing a spear 80, 90 metres in the case of the men.
So 17 o'clock, the lights will come on. That will be a brilliant spectacle here at the Kalinga Stadium. It's not very far from the city centre. And these are the implements which have changed over the years.
Arena. So the weight, the centre of gravity of the javelin was changed so that it lands much more point down. It comes down in a parabola rather than gliding across the grass. The women throw 600 was set by the Chinese athlete Ling Wei at the Asian Championships in 2017 here, 63.06. So you never know. It's an aerodynamic event. Sometimes it benefits.
We're talking about the World Continental Tour. I'm going back to 2020 when it started. The bronze had 16 nations, or 16, and then now down to 89. So look at the transformation.
Yeah, it's quite impressive for a Sunday, isn't it? I'm not sure how many school kids we would be able to round.
But any athletic event with so much of noise out here, with the DJ, with the music, the festivities. Do you last remember an event where there was absolute silence and nothing?
No, and it works well for athletics, I think. Rhythmic clapping when athletes are attempting notable heights and distances, it lends itself well. Something to get the crowd involved. So got them clapping, and it's still.
It's all building up now here at the Kalinga Stadium for the events, the 17 finals that are going to take place between 5 o'clock, which is approximately 4 minutes from now, when the first of the events, that's the one on your picture frame, the women's javelin throw, will get underway.
We'll try and stay across all of the field events. The things you need to know about the javelin, if you're new to it, is that they have 3 rounds. There is a foul line, and the javelin needs to land with a point. But they also only have 60 seconds to get their throw away. So at a certain point, the cone is removed, freeing up the runway, and at that point, the athlete must make their throw within 60 seconds.
Jeff, records have been broken. They are meant to be broken, but the world record in the women of 72.28 goes back to 2008. So it's getting difficult for these women to get to that record, isn't it?
Yeah, and Barbara Spatakova of the Czech Republic set that world record. She only retired a year or two back, so she had a remarkably long career in an event that does take wear and tear on the joints and can be tricky. But I think things will gradually move back to that sort of level. It will just take a rivalry at a high level, in the same way as we've seen in the men. Those rivalries between the Germans, India, Pakistan, is really taking things to new levels, 90 meters regularly.
So it's not only the javelin, the clock is ticking away. We will very shortly have the introduction for the men's 400 meters. Remember, each of these is the final. We had the heats in the morning session. The men's 400 meters, we'll see some of India's top athletes in action, but don't rule out the likes of Ricardo Santos of Portugal. You also have the Indian top 400 meters runners. That's where they've dominated in the 4x400 in particular.
And for all of these events, there is valuable prize money. There'll be a presentation of awards post-event, but we're about to get underway exactly on time. Deepika has thrown 56 metres this year from Haryana. She's just 19 years of age. Here we go. Nice roar from the crowd. and that looks to be around about 54 metres or thereabouts. So that will settle the nerves. The idea in this is you get a solid opening throw, and then from there you can build. Take a few more risks, put a bit more into it as the 6 rounds unfold. .54 metres 20 for her, so that's the mark to beat. Only one competitor will be eliminated at the halfway point. It's always the top 8 who go forward to rounds 4, 5 and 6. So Giotti is one of 2 athletes in the lineup who's thrown 55-55 this year. If she can repeat that, she'll go into the lead in round 1. She won't be too happy with that one. She takes the white flag, she'll get the measurement. But it is a possibility that if an athlete has a bad throw, they'll put a toe over the line and take a foul, not bother having the throw measured if they know it's below par.
So there we are, the introduction of the 400 meters for the men out here. Jai Kumar, 47.51. He represents the NCOE Trivandrum. This is the introduction of the men's 400 meters, drawn in lane number 3. And he is the 6th at the 2024 World Junior Championships, 46.33. The next of them is Vishal TK. He represents once again the NCOE Trivandrum, followed by Rins Joseph, 48.22 this morning. The favorite, just going back to the earlier lane, was Vishal TK, 46.58, the best timing. After him will be drawn in lane number 6, Santosh Kumar T. Loads of experience for this boy. He comes from the Sukud Madurai district, 2024, the Paris Olympic Games representative in the 4x400. The next of them is Dharampir Chaudhary, 48.58, represents Rajasthan, India, out here. And he is a Havaldar in the Indian Army. And the last of them in the men's 400 meters is by far the most experienced, 27 years old. He comes from Kochi, Amod Jacob, 50.26 in the heats this morning. So we've got one from Portugal, Ricardo Santos, the Portuguese national champion. He'll be drawn in lane number 1. And he had 47.67. So will he push Vishal TK 46.58? We shift back now to the javelin.
So the lead still that opening throw from Deepika. This is the Nepalese athlete, national record holder, but her performances will be in the 40-metre range. We've already had one throw above the 50-metre line and a couple quite close to it. We're halfway through round 1 out of 6.
Chandrakala Lamagade of Nepal. We will move shortly to the introduction of the 400 meters for the men, which is the first of the track events out here.
Cameras are with Lamgadi. Right, I think that's Lakamalaj. Yes, that's the Sri Lankan who has thrown over 60 metres, and that may take her the lead as we await the measurement for that.
So there they are, lane number 1 to 8 all occupied. In lane number 1 is Ricardo Santos, 47.67. He is drawn in lane 1 representing Portugal. The two Indians out there, Jai Kumar is in 3, and along with him in lane number 5 is Rins Joseph, 48.22. He represents Kerala. Jeff, they all come from the southern state of Kerala. Remember, the president of the Indian Olympic Association, P.T. Usha, Anju Bobby George, Saini Wilson, a legacy from the 100 to the 400 and the 800 from that state.
That's impressive if they're all from the same part of the country. I know Ricardo Santos is based in London, trained by Linford Christie at the Brunel University track.
In lane number 7 is Dharamveer Chaudhary, 48.58. He represents Rajasthan and the India colours. Dharamveer, part of the 2025 Asian Championship silver medal winning relay quartet, 46.60. This year he's gone up to 46.66. Remember, the 400 meters has produced some wonderful names all over the world. We keep on talking of the world stage. But let's get back now to the start of the 400 meters. Remember, a fast start, controlled pacing, is that what they're going to be looking for? An efficient curve running, that's going to be important. And then a very strong finish. In 1 is Santos, in 2 is Jerome, in 3 is Jai Kumar, in 4 is Vishal TK, 5 is Rins Joseph, 6 is Santosh Kumar, 7 is Dharamveer, and 8 is Amoj Jacob. This is not what the doctor ordered. You got to get back again there. We've been talking, as I said, we have some time before they get back to the start once again, the 400 meters, where we have a Republic of South Africa lad leading in the 2025 with 43.76. But short of that, we have United States and Great Britain out here in 2025. Of course, the South Africans with Wade van Niekerk taking the reins from the Americans, the British, and some of the others. My favorite was Jeremy Warner.
Oh, yes. Yeah, we met him. We had him as visiting and coaching our kids. The reason for this recall or this faulty start is the noise from the kids in the stand. It's absolutely full on that first bend, and they're cheering when the athletes are waiting to hear the starter.
Yes, this is an important aspect. Cut yourself from all the noise around you. Remember, in Olympic Stadium, jam-packed. Blinkers. Your ears only on what this starter is going to tell you. Looking at an explosive start, the early acceleration, and then, of course, they say, don't overdo it. 400 meters. It's all going to happen in approximately 46-47 seconds. Setting off there. TK Vishal drawn in lane 4. Wonderful start for him. Likewise for Santosh Kumar on the bend in lane number 6. The crowd now goes up in unison out here. They had a wonderful acceleration to start off with there at that part with 200 meters to go out here. It's anyone's game out here. Jeff, any guesses?
Well, the stagger favours those on the inside. You're looking in the middle there of somebody that can see both of his competitors outside him going well.
So yes, as they come now to the final 100 meters, it looks as if it's lane number 4. Vishal TK, much to the expectations. You got someone close on his heels. But the favourite, surely it was the favourite, that last minute burst. And he will take it away. Vishal TK, 46.58 this morning. He goes up and surely takes the 400 meters. And what a way to finish the first track event of the evening.
Yeah, a great start, a great finish. Great start to the evening, great finish to the race. India 1 for 1 at the moment.
I love that. I love that. 1 for 1. So 45.72. Oh, he's bettered it by miles. 46.58. And he's bettered it to 45.72. Oh, well, what is the national record? Let's get back to that. The national record of Muhammad Anas out here, 45.86. Amod Jacob, a surprise there.
Well, the athletes being introduced to us for the second event of the day, the first women's event on the track. It's the 400 metres. Double parked. I think they're not aware they need to jog on round to the start line. So the first one we can see there is Kailashi Chowdhury of Nepal, Louise Evans of Great Britain, then GK Vijay Akumari of Karnataka in India, then Ramraj of India from the Tamil Nadu province, then Aishwaryu Mishra from Maharashtra province, then the Sri Lankan guest Harshani Fernando, then the Gujarat athlete Mahendra Sinzala, and the final athlete is from Kerala, Jisna Matthew. Different approach. The first three ambling down the track. They've still got a few minutes before their designated start time. It's due to get off at 1:15. So there's 5 minutes. There's time for at least one push out from the blocks. Javelin, we're into the second round. The CIS isn't populating, so I can't be specific, but Deepika had a very good opening throw, which she backed up. I think we've only had 2 throws beyond 50 metres at the moment, and none beyond 60. The stadium record is 63.06. That would take something exceptional, but it's still early days in that Javelin women's final. Second 400-metre runner to be coached by Linford Christie. Louise Evans.
The names to watch out in this event from an Indian perspective, Jeff, would be Aishwarya Mishra. She's been the 2022 Asian Games silver medalist in the 4x400. Rupal Chaudhary is very strong, 20-year-old, as also Vidya Raj. So these are the 3 girls to watch out. But sports is a great leveler, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm looking at Kailashi Chowdhury on the inside. No mark for her this year. So we had some hand time performances in the heats of the 100 and 200 metres of the javelin. Everybody had a valid mark in round 1. There were no fouls or no throws.
Down to Pavana Nagraj. Then you got Bhavani Yadav, Bhagwati of the Railways. So that's a packed field once again. 6 of the girls in the women's long jump. Alice Hopkins, Jeff, Great Britain.
Yes, she's a very seasoned competitor. She's got a chance in this. I'll be interested to see. We've got long jump and triple jump heading in opposite directions. One of them is going to have predominantly tailwinds, and the other is going to have predominantly headwinds, although we don't know what just yet. Quite often beneath a big back straight stand like that, the wind swirls a little bit anyway, so you can get a mixture of wind readings. That could be the lead in the javelin. We're only getting it peripherally as we focus on the women's 400 metres. Anu Rani waiting for that measurement. Looks to be around about 58 metres. It's come up as 58.65. That's the lead.
Lane number 6 is the girl from Sri Lanka, Harshani Fernando.
Well, we're taking a spin across, going to the outside. This is Mahendra Singh Zala from Gujarat, a World University Relay finalist for India. And on the outside is Jisna Matthew of Kerala. Twice an Asian Games junior champion. So she'll be running without sight or sound of any other competitors. The seeded lanes are towards the centre. You would expect the favourite to be Mishra, the Asian Games silver medalist from 2023. She's in lane 5 with a best of 51.12. That is significantly quicker than anybody else in the field, but we've seen shocks in qualification, and we may see these didn't have to run around this morning. They went straight through to a final, but in the men's 400 metres there was didn't always go to plan. The paper favourite wasn't always the first across the line.
Jeff, number 4, Vidya Ramraj, is once again one of those young girls. At 27, she's also had loads of experience.
Well, it's a seeded lane for her as we go back to the javelin. And this is the final throw in round 2, World University Games finalist, representing the Indian Railway Company. And that's a first one for her out over 50 metres. So we've now got top 4 in that zone. I don't have the current scorecard, but the leader is Anu Rani. This is the appointed time for the women's 400 metres. From the outside, Matthew from Kerala in India, Mahendra Singh from Gujarat, the Sri Lankan Harshani Fernando in lane 6, Mishra, the favourite for India, in lane 5, then Ramraj in 4, Vijay Kumari of India in 3, Louise Evans, Great Britain, in 2, and the Nepalese athlete in 1 is Kalashi Chowdhury. Expect the fast starts and the pressure to come from lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6.
Interestingly, just a few days ago, this girl in number 4, Vidya Ramraj, equaled the national record of the 400 meters set by P.T. Usha in 1984.
So in form, let's see if she can do it. Look at those grandstands behind. Absolutely packed on the first bend. And that may have triggered something there. They're young, they're loud, they're enthusiastic. They've just been whipped up, and they may have caused a faulty start.
Keep on asking this question, Jeff. Weeks, months of preparation, you go there, a few seconds, false start, and it's curtains for you.
Yeah, you don't often get false starts. So I think the start team are just having a look at that one, but I'd be surprised if there's any infringement there. It will likely be a green card that's shown. Oh. It's a disqualification, I think. Wow, it is. It's a disqualification to the athlete in lane 4. Goodness me, that is Ramraj. We were just talking about her. It almost looked like a stumble out of the blocks. She's accepted it. She's come away. I think she does technically have the option to run under protest and have that reviewed later, but she's out. Wow, haven't even started and there's a talking point. Does that open the way now for Mishra to dominate this race? That was the closest rival. There she is. This time they're away. This audience is rhythmically clapping while the athletes are down on their blocks. So there's a big gap there. It's a Ramraj-shaped gap. It means the athletes on the inside have an awful lot to close. But second to outside, Zala of Gujarat in the white, running strongly. The athlete in the orange in the centre of the shot there is Mishra. She now has the bend in her favour. That stagger now unfolding as they straighten up to come into the straight. It's going to be pretty close behind, but she's got a stride or two on the inside. Louise Evans starting to challenge, and outside her, Vijay Kumari. Those two now starting to get motoring, and it looks as though Mishra committed too soon, and it is going to be the win for Vijay Kumari. Biggest win of her life. You can see what that means. Fantastic 53.01, just outside her season's best. But what a well-judged race she ran there, because there were all sorts of gaps, all sorts of fast starters, and she kept her head through that. 2 for 2 for India on the track.
So, Jeff, no Mishra, no Vidya Ramraj.
And she took full advantage, 53.01, but it was the way she distributed her effort down at halfway as we see the unfolding results. So the stadium record will survive. That was an outstanding one. That was 51.76 set in 2023 at the Interstate Championships. And there will be prize checks for the, I can see, I think 4 places on the podium. 4 of them will get checks presented, and we'll see all of those presentations in due course. The CIS is starting to catch up with the marks recorded in this javelin competition.
So we're now going to come up to the event which we have all again been waiting for, and that is the triple jump for the men. Abdullah Abu Bakr of the Indian Air Force, Andre Anura of Malaysia, as we will shift back to the javelin. But the lineup very quickly: Gedi of Tamil Nadu, Dili Khatri of Nepal, Mohammad Mohsen of JSW, Vimal of the Navy, Yuvaraj of Tamil Nadu, and Karthik of the Air Force. Back to the javelin.
And Anu Rani is the event leader, 58.65. You can see on the graphic, looking to give us our first 60-metre throw in round 3. Another good one. You can hear the roar of the crowd. She's putting together quite the series here. Don't forget, she has thrown 63 metres. That's why she goes away a bit disconsolate, because she's still not quite catching a good one. But she's guaranteeing herself 3 more throws after this, and an opportunity to close in on that stadium record in the women's javelin, which is within her compass at 63.06.
We're switching from various sectors. The javelin on started at 5 o'clock. We've been going on for a good 20 minutes.
Shilpa Rani safe for further throws, but she's, as you can see, just falling shy of that 50-metre line. Opportunities here to just really get into a rhythm in the competition. Only one athlete will be eliminated. Shilpa Rani, a 54-metre thrower, not quite in that form just yet. And of round 3, after which one athlete will be eliminated and they'll be reordered, with the leader throwing last is Karishma Sanil for the Railway Company of India. And you can see she's had both throws over 50 metres, but only just. And that one looks marginally further. She's not that happy. It is around about 51, 52 metres on the visual, just beyond the sector. So they do have the luxury of knowing that almost all of them are going to get rounds 4, 5 and 6. Top 8 out of 9 will go through. 51.13 that was measured at. So on the back straight, we've got synchronized horizontal jumping. Women's long jump looks as though it is potentially going to have the benefit of any wind that there is. Seema Kumari Chowdhury of Nepal on the runway.
We started off with 9 of them. Just did mention that one of them will have to fall by the wayside. Also remember that the most important thing for these girls and the men, of course, look at the run up there. The takeoff, by far the largest contribution to the long jump distances. And of course, the movement in the flight are only of secondary importance, which of course is counteracting forward rotation that occurs in the takeoff.
And the rules changed a few years ago where you didn't used to be able to be coached from the stands. Now your coach can video it, show you it on the phone, show you it on the laptop or whatever to enable you to make any adjustments. So that's a little bit of a home advantage to the Indian athletes over the visitors who may not have travelled with their coaches, so not getting any feedback from the stands over their performances. Mubasina Mohammed is from the Trivandrum National Centre of Excellence. So India, following a model that's been adopted elsewhere in the world of athletic centres where coaches and support services coalesce around the athletes, and that's enabling them to cover pretty much all of the athletics disciplines at a high level. So a nation that is led by throwers but has a lot more to offer as well.
So Jeff, I'm going to take you while we get back to the javelin throw, and we'll talk about the long jump and the rule in 2025 a little later.
Okay, this is Uma Chowdhury, 2024 All-Indian Police Champion. There's her series. 44.50, so she's down on her season's best of 50.87. Guaranteed 2 more rounds for her, but I think that will have her down in around about 7th place.
Oh, there you are now. That's the blue ribbon event. Remember, my voice has gone up a wee bit now. We're looking at 9 of them in the 100 meters. The first of them is the Sri Lankan Chamod Yodashin 10.0 for this morning in the heats. The next of them is Saif Arad Abdul of Iraq. He had 10.63. Going to miss, of course, Animesh Kujur. Following him is Harsh Raut Maharashtra, and then with him Mohammad Asim of Malaysia. 10.48 this morning. The Philippines getting or sneaking in out here with Lopena Enfuri. He's followed by the local boy Lalu Prasad boy, the Odisha boy, and that's how the noise goes up there. 10.61 this morning. The next of them, the Malaysian Danish Iftikhar Muhammad, 10.64 in the heats this morning. He's drawn in lane number 8. And lane number 9 is Ragul Kumar from Tamil Nadu, 10.65. And we will, of course, come back to the 100 meters, which is slated in 5 minutes from now. But all eyes, Jeff, would surely be there.
Yes, I mean, it was exciting qualification, eventful qualification. Just in the background, we're beyond halfway in the women's javelin, and interesting to note that 3 of the competitors had their best throws in round 3. The athlete eliminated in 9th place is Chandrakala Lamgade of Nepal.
So the preparations here for the 100 meters, and I'm going to take Jeff on some wild discussion on the 100 meters. Tickets sold out at the Olympic Games and the World Championships months before.
Always. I mean, that goes back to every Olympic Games there's ever been, but particularly during the Bolt era, the London 2012 Olympic Stadium could have been sold out 10 times over, and it had a capacity of 80,000. So when you've got legendary runners or close competition or national champions or anything, the men's 100 is the sort of stud event, isn't it?
And we're looking at the all-times for academic and for those of you who are interested in stats, of course. It's been 1986, Usain Bolt, 9.58. You think that is going to go down someday?
Someday. I was there in the stadium for that. It was astonishing. One of the few hundreds championship that he ran right through on. You wonder if he could have gone quicker on any given day, but he was mostly about the medals. But yeah, one day it will be broken. I don't think it'll be soon. Jonathan Edwards' triple jump world record had its 30th birthday earlier this week, so you know some records can last, but nothing's forever.
And then of course the 3 diamond leagues, Jeff, in Xiamen, China, Shanghai and Rabat. Akani Simbine of the Republic of South Africa, and the Ghanaian then Ben Azamati at Stockholm. Where were the Americans and the Jamaicans?
Well, everybody at the end of 2025 will only talk about the World Championship. So right now they're ahead of us. They're still 4 weeks away. But who judges that, right? So we have had some showboating and some impressive performances. Don't forget Noah Lyles, the Olympic champion's only raced twice. So the season's got a little bit of development still to come.
So the first of them out here in lane number 2 is Chamod Yodasinghe of Sri Lanka. 10.27 personal best, which is also his season's best. It's the 2025 Asian Championship semi-finalist. That's lane number 2, the Sri Lankan. Very strong at the 400 normally. Back to the javelin.
Well, we're into round 4 of this women's javelin. In fact, I think we may be part way through. We're about to start round 4 out of 6. The Malagi is in second place. She's just over 2 meters behind the lead, so she needs to improve on 56.27. At the moment, India sweeping the board, leading in this one, but not by much. Malagi, that's going to be around about 51, 52 meters. In fact, she steps over the line, takes the red flag, doesn't like it, she'll have 2 more throws. This is the event leader, so we're throwing in reverse order. You can see she's not quite improved with every throw, but she's getting close to the 60 meters. She does want rhythmic support. Let's see if we can get our first 60 meter throw. She leads by just over 2 meters. Rani for India. Oh, she's done it. She's done it by a long way as well. That's the roar you can hear. I don't think it's quite going to be 63 metres, which is the stadium record. She's got quite a disconsolate manner as she walks back, hasn't she? But, yeah, a little bit of a smile there. That was good.
I remember talking to her in one of the events a few months ago, and she said as a young girl, she would get up at 3 o'clock in the morning to train because the villagers wouldn't going around in shorts and vests. Look at her now. Look at how far we've come.
It's progress. It's progress. So, having got the crowd excited for that previous throw, settling at one end of the stadium for the men's 100. And this is Uma Chowdhury. There's her series, round 5 throw for her. She is in 8th place, so last place of those that have qualified at the moment. She'll be looking for a bit more, and she only needs a little bit more. 2 or 3 metres will move her up to 6th. Here we go with the men's 100.
So, back again now. Seconds ticking away. It'll get all over in approximately 10 seconds plus. Far right of your picture frame is Chamod Yodasinghe of Sri Lanka. He is drawn in lane number 2. In 3 is Saif Abdul Wahad of Iraq, 10.22, 2025 Doha West Asian Grand Prix winner. In lane number 4 is Harsh Santosh Raut. The best timing this morning, 10.47. He comes from the state of Maharashtra. In fact, he stays just about 10 kilometers from where I live.
You should go sprinting together.
And he is the 2023 Junior National Silver Medalist, 10.38, although he did 10.47 this morning.
Jyoti is in 5th place. This is her 5th round throw. You can see she's not got it beyond 50 metres. 2 more chances, of which this is the penultimate one. And that landed very flat and shy of 50 again. So a consistent series, but not one that's hit the heights yet. One more turn for her.
It's all building up. We're back now again. Lane number 5 is Muhammad Asim Fahami of Malaysia, 2023 Asian Games bronze medalist. There is to the right, Harsh is next to him. And then in 6 is Lopena Enfari of Philippines, the 2025 Philippines national champion. His best is 10.41, which he did in 2022, a season's best of 10.51. They'll get onto the blocks now. Watch out for lane 4, Harsh Santosh Rao, 10.47 this morning. But you never know. You got a Sri Lankan, a Iraqi boy, a Malaysian, 2 of them, and then we got Odisha Lalu Prasad boy. No Animesh Kujur, 10.18, the national record holder, decided to call it a day in the 100 and shift it to the 200 where he'll be seen in action. So 2 is Chamod, 3 is Saif, 4 is Harsh, 5 is Mohammed, 6 is Lopena, 7 is Lalu, 8 is Danish, and 9 is Ragul. Now this seems to be happening fairly often here. The crowd surely is excited.
I've come across this quite a lot, where you have a young audience. They don't know discipline about be as raucous as you like, but just keep it quiet during the starter's command. We're just going back momentarily to the javelin, and that is much closer to the 50-metre line for Deepika. You can see she's had 54 twice. She's in 3rd place.
This is exactly when at one of the Grand Slam tennis events you're about to serve and someone from the crowd says something, and even the likes of a Roger Federer or a Rafael Nadal or a Djokovic turns up and says, please don't do it.
Lekha Malangni is in 2nd place. This is her 5th round throw. We've had a retirement from Rameshwari of India. She'll bow out in 8th place. Is this woman going to get the win? She needs to get it out beyond 60 metres. If so, and that's not, I think she'll step out after that. Yeah, takes the red flag, doesn't like it. One more chance to close in, but that gap has now opened up to 8 metres. Let's go back to the 100-metre start, where it's all a bit unsettled. They're right down adjacent to the crowd on the bottom of that curve. So there was a PA announcement to keep nice and quiet. I think we might stick with Anu Rani here, the event leader.
In fact, you know, when you were concentrating on the javelin throughout here, my eye was in the 100. They were on the blocks, and once again there was the crowd erupted. They had to go back again. Yeah,
it's very difficult. We've got 4 events going on simultaneously here. 2 horizontal jumps, the throw and the sprints. I think we're going to be focusing on Anu Rani because there will be a noise here. She's thrown within a metre of the stadium record. She leads by a long way. Fifth round throw. Oh, it's another good one. Another one just between 60 and 61. Wonder if we'll get a smile out of her. So yes, the crowd is cheering all around the stadium for the javelin. But the 100-meter runners just need it quiet to be able to hear the starter.
I'm sure the teachers and the parents who are accompanying the children must be telling them, well, here they are back again. The men's 100 meters final. I hope it's hush silence.
I'm not sure about that.
There they set off finally on that.
Recall.
So it's been 6 minutes, Jeff.
Yeah.
And it's still not over.
Well, the PA is, the system is asking the athletes, especially around the 100-meter start, to be nice and quiet so the athletes can hear the starter's commands. But at the other end of the stadium, they're going nuts for Anu Rani in the javelin, and she's wanting their encouragement. So it's difficult. This isn't a knowledgeable athletics audience. Uma Chowdhury is in 7th place, so we're getting underway in the final round, looking to improve on 45.74, her best. Sergei Makarov, now coach to the Indian team there. She's having a bit of a smile about that. He's told her it's going well. One more metre for the stadium record. I don't know if he's across that, but that 62 was pretty decent. I only found out he was national event coach here when we were in the TIC room yesterday, and there was a packed javelin marked for Sergei Makarov, and I last remember him in 2006. We're watching the replay, and the full start looked like it came from lane 3 there, but let's see what it'd be very harsh in this sort of environment to disqualify somebody, because it happened in the 400 and there is a lot of crowd noise.
Yes, he was quick off the blocks there, but I suspect it's all because of what we've been watching here for the last 7 odd minutes. So obviously the javelin throwers are taking all the attention away.
3 throws left in round 5.
5:35. We are now at 5:42. It's exactly 8 minutes that the 100 meters were on their blocks, but isn't over so far. A reminder, Chamaud in 2, Saif in 3, Harsh in 4, Mohammed in 5, Lopena in 6, Lalu in 7, Danish in 8, Ragul in 9. Yes, finally they got off there. Look at the center of the pack out there. That's lane number 4. It is Harsh. Harsh is going strong, but we got a surprise coming up there. Lane 5, I suspect Mohammed Asim of Malaysia came up with a sizzler, Jeff, I thought, towards the end.
Yeah, his pickup was tremendous there. And what temperament shown by all of these athletes, because they'll not get those sort of circumstances again. As he hurt himself, it looks like he's clutching at his groin there. He's wearing long tights in 30-degree heat, so I think he's twanged something, and he didn't realise it until after the finish line, so I don't think it affected his race at all. But that was a long time coming, that race. 10:34 the winning time.
So yes, Mohammed Azim of Malaysia 10.35, with Chamaud the Sri Lankan 10.43, and the Malaysian again, Danish Iftikhar 10.50. No Indian 1, 2, 3.
So we're just getting underway in the final round, round 6 of the women's javelin, with Anu Rani leading and trying to make up time we're welcoming the women's 100 metre finalists into the stadium, running just a little bit behind because of that false and faulty start in the men's event. This was due off about now, so it's possible to make up the time. Final round of the javelin. Jyoti of India is in 5th place. She threw her furthest throw in round 5, so she's on an upward curve, but they've all been 45 to 48 metres. She needs above 50 to move into the top 3. Here we go. Well, it's again in that same ballpark that she's been hitting, round about 49 metres. I don't think that's going to improve her on 5th place. Still possible for the top 3 positions to change. We are with Karishma Sanil of India. She's got a best of 51.16 from the second round, and she's in 4th place at the moment. To improve to top 3, she needs to get out beyond 54 metres. And that one has stalled, so that's not going to be an improvement. She takes the foul, puts her toe over the line. And we're into the final throws. Deepika in 3rd place has thrown 54 metres. She was the opening throw of the whole competition, you might remember. That's another one over 50, but it's not going to be an improvement for her. She's going to end the competition in 3rd place. Very good series, no fouls between 49.79 and 54 as we go to our first medal ceremony of the day.
For men, the winner of the 4th place, representing NCOE Trivandrum, Jay Kumar, for a performance 46.91 seconds. The winner of the 3rd place, having clocked 46.89 seconds, representing Tamil Nadu, T. Santosh Kumar.
Ranu, final throw.
The winner of the 2nd place with a timing of 45.86 seconds, representing NCOE Trivandrum, Amod Jacob. The winner of the 1st place and the champion of 400 meters with a timing of 45.72 seconds, representing NCOE Trivandrum, T.K. Vishal. We invite our guest of honors for a photograph.
So Dr. Adil Sumariwala, World Athletics Council member, who's done so much for athletics globally as well as in this part of the world, presenting the prizes there. Our first comedy checks of the day. There'll be real checks following up on those. In the background, Rani won the javelin, and this is the women's 100-meter final. They came through qualification. Shravani Nanda on the inside, a member of the Asian Games silver medal winning team. The 2025 national champion, Sudeshna Hanmats, is in 2 in the royal blue. Then we've got 3 more members of that Asian Games relay silver medal winning team. Sneha, Nithya Gandhi and Abhinaya Rajarajan. Then it's Saski Shampalal from the Reliance team, the Asian junior champion in lane 7. I think we've had a withdrawal in lane 8. The Malaysian Bin Zulkifli doesn't go, and then it's Sudiksha of the National Centre of Excellence in Bangalore. So fascinating, Jill. They're dressed the same, just to make things difficult for us, in Indian national colours. They are teammates who've shared podiums together at Asian Games level, and they're separated by only a hundredth or two of a second, not only on season's best, but they came through qualification less than a tenth of a second apart. The seeded lanes are in the centre. Abhinaya and Sneha, the fastest 2 qualifiers. Sudanisha on the outside, and there is a confirmed withdrawal from the Malaysian in lane 8. So the bragging rights for Indian women sprinting sit right here. There won't be much in it. It's going to be somebody in blue. I'm by no means Nostradamus, but that's the colourway being used there. The tall figure of Abhinaya Rajarajan may be the favourite, but only just. This will go right to the wire. It's the women's 100-metre final.
Nithya Gandhi 5.
You think? And they're away cleanly first time. There's no recall. And on the inside, Sneha going well, but now it is Gandhi starting to get in. He's already running. And Rajarajan, the tall stride, takes her clear, and she wins it. I was right, you were wrong. And they can be friends now. But remember that Rajarajan was the quickest in a straight line. The others, I'm sure, will go to greet her. They're her teammates, but they won't necessarily enjoy that. And Abhinaya also celebrating, because I think she came through late as well. Look how much ground was having to be made up there out in lane 6. Only really did. It's still only level at this point, and we're inside the last 20 metres. By far the tallest figure, by far the biggest stride in. It maybe takes her a little while to get that fully unpacked and properly into her stride, but that's quick. 11:57, way quicker than qualifying. We don't have the wind gauge readings on that, but it was close. Look at that. There was only 1900ths between the first 4 there.
Now coming up to the introduction of the men's 800 meters, which will come up in a short while from now. And this is the man who we'll watch out for, Mohammad Afzal of the Indian Air Force. He surely is the favorite out here. Mohammad Afzal, 2023, the Hangzhou Asian Games silver medalist. Wan Mohammad bin Wahan Zahari is the next of them from Malaysia. 1 minute 47.64. The boy to follow them is Ashok in the 800 meters. Dandasena of Odisha. Prakash Gadade of Maharashtra has been at the forefront. Aman Kumar of the Indian Army is the 8th of them. And finally completing the lineup in the men's 800 meters is Amira Salan Hamidi of Iran. So we got a Somalian out there, a nation which has produced some world beaters, isn't it?
Abdi Bili, the former world champion from Somalia, the 1987 world champion, hasn't had a continuous line of improvement since then, but there is a heritage, as you say.
So the 800 meters for the men slated at 1800 hours. So we've got about 4 minutes to go for the final out here. We've got a crack field, as I did mention. We got as many as 10 starters in the 800 meters. An event where David Rudisha of Kenya, 1 minute 40.91. And I'm sure Jeff must have watched that 1 minute 40.91 in London.
I was in the stadium. We were on announcing duty, and you know, I had the choice. I had the choice of whether to call the men's 1500 or the men's 800. I chose the men's 15, which was a shocking race, and the men's 800 was one of the greatest races of all time. I had to sit and watch my colleague call it.
So we're there now for the 800 meters for the men.
Got a medal ceremony. This, I think, from the 400 metres earlier. Let's listen in. Shiny Wilson is presenting the medals here, 4 times Olympian and an Asian gold medalist, accompanied by Soma Biswas, who was also an Asian Games gold medalist. Top 4 all get the awards and the checks.
The third place winner with a timing of 54.28 seconds representing Great Britain, Luis Evans. Winner of the second place with a timing of 53.87 seconds representing Gujarat, Devyaniba Mahendras. The winner of the first place and the champion of 400 meters with a timing of 53.40 seconds representing Karnataka, G.K. Vijay Kumari.
We're back now to the final of the men's 800 meters. The lineup there is Osman Suleiman of Somalia, Sombadur Kumal of Nepal, Lorana in the third, Krishnan Kumar of Haryana. As they set back out here on an event where we all know that the 800 meters strategy is very simple. Often involves, of course, a balance of pacing, positioning, and a strong finish. A common approach, as you now watch them on the home back straight, is to conservatively build up a faster pace in the middle, which they've done so far, and then the final 200 meters. The favorite surely is Mohammad Afzal of India, 1 minute 44.93 out here. I'm sure he's told himself that don't go too quickly out there. The crowd up there in roar, where is Mohammad Afzal? He's been the star as far as the 800 meters for India is concerned. We are now just about 52 as the pace is now being set there. Oh, one of them goes out of the... And that was the pacemaker for sure. Out here, this is where it's all going to start happening. It's all building up now. Afzal, well, looks to be a surprise coming up. At the far side, at the final 200 meters. Yes, it's building up now to a crescendo for sure. That pace certainly has been set, I suspect, by Suleiman of Somalia, is it? Mohammad Afzal of the Indian Air Force, and there he is. Yes, as expected, Mohammad Afzal of the Indian Air Force. He is the top favorite, and he has been the 2023 Hangzhou Asian Games silver medalist. He takes it away. 146.50, of course, we'll wait for it. 144.93 has been his 2025 best timing, and as expected, he takes the 800 meters for the men.
That's a confirmation of the full result of that women's 100 metre final, and here is the scrolling result for the men's 800 that we've just seen. There might be a little bit of photo finish required to separate out some of those that were chasing, but a nicely judged race there by Mohammad Afzal. India haven't yet lost on the track or the field. We've only got one completed field event, but going well.
Wasn't it the 100 meters?
Yeah.
But they're short of that. We've had Anurani excelling out there. We had a surprise in the women's 400 meters. We now shift to the long jump.
And this is Mohammed Muhassin of India. He has jumped 16:36. You can see his second round jump, his only valid one so far. He'll be looking to go way further than that. JSW is a corporate team. Remind me what it stands for.
The Jindal Steelworks.
So they're jumping towards the 200 metre start as the women on the adjacent runway on the right hand side are jumping towards the 1500 metre start, and that's a foul for him. So just really needs to go and have a little chat. You can see he's walking over to the front row of the stand to talk to his coach and just see what he's getting wrong, what adjustments need to be made to his run up. Everybody will get 6 jumps in this. There are only 8 competitors taking part, and on the adjacent runway, the women's long jump.
So that's Shaili Singh of India. She trains under the great, the legend Anju Bobby George and Bobby George in Bangalore. Shaili Singh, the junior national champion, 6.45 at the Indian Open in Chennai, where she got a gold. Her personal best of 6.76 in 2023 at Bangkok, where she got a silver medal, and the first senior level gold in 2022 in Bangalore.
So these are the women's 800 metre runners being introduced to the stadium.
Bhubaneshwari.
Bhubaneshwar won the 2025 Bengaluru Indian Open meeting. She's the last athlete out. This is only a 6-woman field. And they're all in the 203 to 207 range. So going to be an interesting one, this one. Don't know if we have a designated pacemaker. Often that's the athlete drawn on the outside lane so they can cut to the inside when they break at the start of the back straight.
We are now back to the women's with Abhinaya, starting off at 5.67, having improved it to 5.88. The two simultaneous events that we are watching out here is the women's long jump, and along with that, at the same time at the far end, it's the men's triple jump. The men's triple jump where Abdullah Abu Bakr of the Indian Air Force, the Indian, should be the favorite. He's, of course, missing the company of Praveen Chitravel. Abu Bakr qualified for the Paris Olympic Games, 17 meters in all his 6 attempts at the senior nationals. And the triple jump for the men, where we are now going to be watching Karthik Unnikrishnan of the Indian Air Force. So there are 2 boys from the Air Force, Abdullah Abu Bakr and Karthik Unnikrishnan. The Navy has one in Vimal Mukesh T, and a lone entry from Malaysia in Andre Anura. Bhavani Yadav Bhagavati in the women's, 2 crosses against her name, obviously fouling both her attempts. The women's long jump, for sure we got some aspiring youngsters. Shaili Singh was one of them that we saw. Pavana Nagraj is the second of them. Pavana Nagraj, whose mother is the national record holder at the high jump, and father a sprinter, 100 meters, former national champion.
In lane 2,
Back to the triple jump now.
Indian Oil Corporation Limited.
Well, this is Karthik Unnikrishnan, who's jumped 17.10, only 16.11 this year. He's jumping at 8, so this will be the final jump in round 3 for the Air Force. You can see very consistent series so far, but nothing beyond 16 metres. After this, the jumping order will be reordered, with the leader jumping last.
Philippines, Bijoy Bernalin. For lane 6. 5th in 2025 Federation Cup.
So we're just being introduced to the athletes in this women's 800 metre lineup. In the all red, that is the Bengaluru Indian Open champion this year, Huidrom Bhubaneshwar. Then inside her, Tholta Sankritana in the purple, 5th in the Indian Federation Cup. Bijoy Bernalin of the Philippines, 7th in the Asian Championships this year. Then Amandeep Kaur of Punjab in India, then Narayana Bandari in the red and black, and then on the inside, the 17-year-old from Nepal, Hina. Correction, she's from the IOCL. What is that? IOCL, that's
the Indian Oil Corporation.
Thank you. So they are all tightly matched within a 2-second bracket on season's best, 2.6 to 2.08. So we've seen the wheels come off on the second lap for those that overdo it on the first lap. This one should go through in around about, you'd hope, like 61, 62 seconds at halfway. Anything quicker than that would be quite risky.
The lights have come on, fabulous sight.
Does look good. Look at those stands. I mean, they're noisy, but they are for the right reasons. I think he's whipping them up just at the point when the starter's marksman on the right-hand side of the shot is just saying, quiet please, like a golf marshal. PA needs to coordinate with the races. Shh, for the start. Here we go, 2 laps of the track. Women's 800 metres, 6 competitors, very closely matched. Lane 3 didn't hear the starter's command. That's the problem you get, but they get away cleanly.
The final of 800 meters for women.
I don't think there's a designated pacemaker. If there is, it will be Bhubaneshwar. We'll find out if she steps off at the end of the first lap. But in lane 4, Amandeep Kaur is the athlete that's taking it out. It's taking Bhubaneshwar a long time to come across. By the way, the start stagger for 800 metres does factor in that Pythagoras hypotenuse that they have to run from the outside. So it's factored in. Amandeep Kaur, 2:03 actually, so she is a second or two quicker than the rest, and she's decided she's going to make them work for that. And the gap's opening up as we come round to halfway. These 4 starting to get away already in this women's 800. So it's going to be around about 61, taking it through, and she is going to make this a long run for home. She's not coming back. They're going to have to reel her in. There's 3 working together behind her. Amandeep Kaur still leading. And it looks as though leading the chase is Thota Sankritana, but that's a big gap with only barely 250 metres to go. They are clawing it back. You can see she's concentrating hard, working hard as we get the view from the drone overhead. That keeps us right on what that gap is. It's tantalising. She's run it strongly. She's run a bit of the sting out of those chasing. Amandeep Kaur leading into the straight. India going well on the track and in the field. She set herself up for something close to her personal best, something around 2:04. The battle behind her includes Bhubaneshwar in second, being chased down by Sankirtana, but the win in 2:04.28 goes to Amandeep Kaur. A very, very strong long run for home that brought its own rewards.
You went off by 0.28, 2:04, but you were there. You were absolutely there.
Well, if I had missed her time, I was saying everybody was 2:06, 2:07, 2:08. She's 2:03, and she made that count. Didn't rely on the closing stages. Went very early, and not a lot of joy and smiling, is there, from these winners? It's a big check. It's a big payday on the track and in the field.
So we're now coming up to the javelin throw for the men, and an event which has certainly taken the country by storm out here. The first of them is Rohit Chaudhary.
Representing Sri
The
Lanka.
boy who, of course, is going to be the favorite is Sumit Ranasinghe of Sri Lanka.
2023
He's got
national
85.78.
representing
The 2019 World Military
Shivam
Games bronze
Lokare.
medalist. The next of them, I saw him in action 2 weeks ago in Pune.
2023
Shivam
World
Lokare.
University
Where he won
Games
the
finalist.
title in the men's javelin.
Representing Haryana, Vikrant Malik.
Shivam is the 2023 National Junior
2023
Champion.
Indian
Vikrant
Grand
Malik
Prix
coming out of an
winner
injury.
representing
Trains at
Karnataka.
Ulve at the Reliance Academy.
Sashikant Patil.
Shashank Patil is the next of them from
2025
Karnataka.
National Games bronze medal
80.23, the
winner,
2023
representing
Indian
Uttarakhand.
Grand Prix winner.
Vikas Sharma.
Vikas Sharma from Uttarakhand, the
2025
mountains
Tashkent
of
International
Uttarakhand.
Champion winner, representing Railway.
Yashveer Singh, he
Yashveer
represents the
Singh.
railways. He should be one of the favorites.
Fourth in
2025, the
2025
Tashkent International
Asian
Championship,
representing
82.57,
Sri
which is his
Lanka.
season's best.
Rumesh Taranga
The
Patirage.
second of the Sri Lankans, Patirage.
2022
Rumesh Patirage.
World Championship finalist.
He is fourth at the 2025
Rohit
Asian
Yadav.
Championships. And here's the boy, Rohit Yadav, once again
2025
in the
Asian
lineage
champion
of some of the
silver
top
medal winner,
javelin throwers.
representing
And watch out for this
Pune
boy.
Sports Central Board.
Sachin Yadav stands
Sachin
tall at
Yadav.
6.6 feet 5 inches. And he has thrown 83.40, the 2022 World Championship finalist. So we're looking at a cracker of a field out here. So while the javelin throwers, there were as many as 10, an event which is certainly catapulted. There to the right of your picture frame, is Shahana Kumari. Her eyes, of course, on her daughter, who is going to be there very shortly. So the long jump for the women still on in these long jumpers, and the women headed by the legend Anju Bobby George. The Athens Olympic Games, her record still stands. The next of the long jumpers, Mubasina Muhammad Ayappa, the coach for the daughter. Sandra Babu, once again, GSW. She's strong at this event, the women's long jump. The run-up, of course, as we just watched, established the maximum horizontal speed. Well, Jeff, you got at least 3 of the events in action simultaneously. The triple jump for the men, the long jump for the women, and soon we will have the 100 meters hurdles for the women as well.
And I think that's what's confusing the young audience here. They're cheering for one thing when actually there's quiet required elsewhere in the stadium. It's forgivable. It's full. The first bend, they're doing a bit of calisthenics now with the PA. It is a good atmosphere out there. I've just popped out. I'll be going down to do the PA for the 5,000, and it's a cracking atmosphere.
So we are actually in the final round of the women's long jump. Yuvaraj of Tamil Nadu. That was, of course, in the men's triple jump. 6.13 after the 2 fouls for Bhavani Yadav Bhagavati, representing the Railway Sports Promotion Board or the Indian Railways. The athletes are all allowed to represent their institutions and their states. Jeff, this is the girl who trains with the legend Anju Bobby George and her husband Bobby George.
And they, as you say, have been huge influences on the next generation that have come through since 2010 and Delhi and the Commonwealth Games. Indian athletics has kicked on in all disciplines.
This 21-year-old is from Jhansi in Madhya Pradesh. She moved from Jhansi to the Bobby camp at Bangalore, the IT city or the city of gardens as it's called. Always ask this question after so many years of being there. Why or how do you manage to get those 2 crosses? You know, so much of preparations, mental, psychological.
Well, you think it's a closed skill. You think it's something you can practice relentlessly and then you just unpack it on competition day. But it isn't. There's conditions, there's pressure, there's getting a safe first jump in before you then extend in later jumps. So there are a lot of variables, but it is a source of some controversy within the horizontal jumps community because World Athletics is trialling a broader takeoff area, less fouls, less things that would switch off spectators. So it's a work in progress, the closed skill element.
Seema Kumari Chaudhary of Nepal. Would you also say that when you look at these girls and the boys from Nepal who have come here, a learning curve for them?
Oh, definitely. I mean, we had hand times submitted for some of the sprinters. We've got an athlete in action later on in the 1500 metres who's a trail runner. But the key thing is they're getting involved. They're getting international experience. They'll go back and talk to their teammates about what a great trip they had to India, and they'll be motivated to return next year. So that's the way the flywheel gets spinning in any sort of developing athletic nation.
But she's been consistent with 5.74. Out there, of course, the last one was a Mr. X against her name. This is Kusuma Ravada of Andhra Pradesh, a state which has produced some famous badminton players and tennis players, Sania Mirza, and of course PV Sindhu and the great Saina Nehwal.
Commonwealth champions, I think, a few of those. Olympic champions, maybe.
Saina Nehwal and Sindhu medals at the Olympic Games, world number 1 at one point of time.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to take up the presentation ceremony. For the women winners of 100 meters, it will be our pleasure to request.
We'll also have
our
the
guest of
presentation
honor
of the
to present the
women's
checks,
100 meters
Dr.
in a
Yendi
short
Batra,
while, but we did watch
former
Kusuma Ravada
president of
5.84,
former IOC member, former
5.87,
president of
which is where she has
FIH.
been
And the
hovering
accompanying
around.
person will be presenting the mementos, Mr. Rajkumar Mitten of Haryana Athletics Association.
Abhinaya Shri of Tamil Nadu, and the same old pattern that we've been talking about. She's done well to be
On the victory
consistent
podium
with
of
a
100 meters, the
5.91
fourth place winner
against her name.
is
She's
Sudhen
had
Shah,
a best of 6.13
NCOE
in
Trivandrum
2025.
with 11.76 seconds.
She's been the 2023 national silver medalist at the junior level. And obviously she's perhaps a little disappointed with the last of them. This is Pavana Nagraj, mother, the national record holder at the 100 at the high jump.
The third place winner.
We move to the
representing
presentation
Telangana
for the
with a
women's
timing
100
of
meters.
11.70 seconds. Nitya Gandhe.
And as this presentation is in progress, I know we've said it before, but that's a pretty good relay team right there, isn't it? Those are the four.
Yes, you picked them up there. That's going to be some party time now. $200, $300, $400.
Winner
Yeah.
of the second place with a timing of 11.70 seconds, representing Karnataka. Yes, yes, Sneha.
This is what used to happen at the Olympic Games, where in the 100 meters, the 1, 2, and 3 Americans at one point of time.
Well, that can still happen. On the women's side, it's not been that long ago, but
The
Jamaica
winner
had
of
a
the first
5 or
place,
10 year purple patch
champion of 100
with athletes
meters
that
and
just
the
coming round to
fastest
retirement on the
women
women's
athlete
side now.
A World Athletics Continental Tour bronze with a timing of 11.57 seconds, representing NCOE Trivandrum. Abhinaya Rajarajan.
That was the surprise package there. Although she has been amongst the top Indian athletes.
Yeah, I was making her just favourite for that. But you can see that the margins were very close. She's a tall athlete. I'm sure she'll run great 200 and even 400 metre races with that length of stride like Marie-José Perec. But it took her a while to get going. But when she did, it was irresistible.
lag behind by virtually half a meter and then pull up is a stupendous effort, isn't it? Here we are now, back to the event which we've all been waiting for.
Congratulations, winners, and we
Jasveer,
thank
one
our
of the
guest of honor.
favorites out here in the men's javelin. He was there in Bangalore at the Neeraj Chopra Classic a few weeks ago. The crowd can make all the noise here.
Yeah, this is something that even high school kids know and understand. They know to get going behind the athletes when they're at the end of the runway, and that is full, by the way, that stand directly behind him, so he's playing to the gallery, literally.
That's the boy who, of course, would be amongst the top bracket, Ramesh Patirage. Oh, look at that. Now look at that. The crowd knows that he's done something wonderful. He's got 85.41 in the year 2024. Oh, he's fourth at the 2025 Asian Championships. He represents Sri Lanka. The two Sri Lankans are going to push the Indians for sure.
Yep, it's early stages, but this has the makings of quite a contest. The sector markers are set at 70 and 80 metres. Don't be surprised if both of those are exceeded. We're just looking at the women coming into the stadium. In amongst the smoke and the sparklers, they're making their grand entrance. It's just lanes 2 to 7 in action for the women's 100-metre hurdles. So I'm sure we'll have a quick sweep across, but it is predominantly Indian team, Indian lineup. The favourite, probably Nithya Ramraj. She's got a best of 13.04 and a season's best of 13.27. That is a bit quicker than most of the rest of the field. That's why she's been seeded in lane 4 in the centre, 2 on her left shoulder, 3 on her right.
Prashanti Sahu of Odisha, she was on my flight yesterday and I asked her, she said, I'm coming out of an injury, so I'm not too sure about, and so she along with Nithya Ramraj, two favorites over the last 365 days. We're back to the men's javelin. Rohit Chaudhary, 52.08. He represents Nepal. The second of the Sri Lankans, Sumedha Ranasinghe, 85.78. Got a wonderful run up there. Then look at that. Oh, he's above 80 now. He's hotting up, as you rightly said, Jeff.
Yeah, and it is an appreciative audience. You get it from all sides of the stadium. The height of the javelin soaring almost up into the floodlights. And then they can easily see from those graphic line markers that the 80 metres line is taking a real peppering at this early stage.
Shivam Lokare was in action in Pune about 2 weeks ago, 80.23. So he's also been in the 80-meter bracket. 2023, the Indian Grand Prix winner. Now it's Sumedh Ranasinghe who's been there. Shivam 77.69 at the first. He's a southpaw. Look at that, maintaining the high elbow so strongly. And then the straight throwing arm throughout the motion that we watched him. They seem to be so much at ease now. 80 seems to be child's play.
Yeah, the event is moving on dramatically. I do wonder if we get many more throws significantly above 90 metres, whether the implement will have to be recalibrated, because we're almost back to that 100-metre thing, which puts the opposite end of the grass in real danger. Cameramen, high jumpers, you know, it's literally taking off again.
Vikrant Malik, he is representing Haryana, but also is from the Reliance Academy. He's got 81.82 in Bhubaneshwar at this very complex in 2022.
So there are still a horizontal jump going on. The javelin just getting going in the crowded end of the stadium, and the athletes waiting down at the opposite end of the track for the women's sprint hurdles.
Shashank Patil 73.14 would surely want to better that. Well, all around the 70, we had a wonderful controlled speed to start off with, and then he built up that momentum with the controlled run-up. Vikash Sharma of India 79.33.
So this is the spin across the start line for the women's 100 metres. On the inside, Pranjali, 25 Indian Open Championship winner. Then in the all-white of the Odisha state, where we are right now, athlete who's run 13.27 this year, Pragyan Sahu. And then this must be the favourite, Nithya Ramraj, who's got a best of 13.04. Alongside her, Anjali, and unusually we have the last three bronze medalists in the Indian National Championship. So we've just seen the 25 and the 23 champions. Kongan Nandini is the bronze medalist from last year, and on the outside it's Kanimozi, the 2022 interstate champion. So an all-Indian lineup. She runs for the railway team. She'll be hoping to steam through these hurdles, but the favourite, I think, Ramraj in the pink in the centre there. Watch, it's all about putting pressure on by getting to the first hurdle first. That upsets the rhythm sometimes of those immediately adjacent to you, and you can really start to force things. It's modified sprinting across those hurdles as the drone takes us back. It's almost like a video game, this, isn't it? The way we're looking at it, one of something by Nintendo or Sony. But here we go. I hope it's nice and quiet down at that end, because it's very loud at the opposite end where the javelin is unfolding. Women's 100 metres. Patil, Sahu, Ramraj, Anjali, Kongan and Kanimozi. Let's see who is Indian number one on the Continental Tour stage. I think Ramraj just displaying a little bit of experience there, taking her time settling. Yeah, they've got up again because the noise that greeted that previous javelin throw is loud. Don't know if it's coming through on the broadcast, but it is. It's like a rock concert in here at the moment. Taylor Swift or something.
6 athletes against 8. Jeff, does a sense of complacency set in?
Well, we'll see. We'll find out. So, second time of asking. Let's hope they get away cleanly, because they'll want the support, but they'll want to be able to hear the starter clearly and go through that routine. Second time of asking. No disqualification, just a green card warning. And by the way, we are exactly on time, so we had a lot of fun and games in the men's and women's 100 metres, but the officials have caught back up on schedule. Here we go, women's sprint hurdles. They're away. It was a poor start by Ramraj. She's put herself under pressure, and alongside her, Sahu going really well in the purple. Oh, what a spill she took. Goodness me, I hope she's okay. That was almost like a backwards fall that she took, and it left the way open for 198 Sahu to come through in the all white. That had everything. A shocking start for Ramraj. And then once we got established that collision, we'll watch it again on the replay. Looks like she's taken her spikes off. I hope she hasn't rolled her ankle there. 13.73, the winning time. Goodness me, Pragyan Prasanthi Sahu. But it was almost as if the faulty start had disturbed the race favourite Nithya Ramraj. She got away like she was towing a caravan there. She was last to the first hurdle and was always going to struggle to make that up because it's a rhythmic event. You can't over-pressurised. But let's just see what happened with that fall. I think she's okay there. They're attending to her ankle. I wonder if she actually kicked the hurdle with her lead leg, and that's why she fell backwards, and that's why they're just giving her some attention with her ankle. She is in a bit of discomfort there. 1 minute, you're on for the biggest win of your career, and the next you're summoning the stretcher. What a shame for her.
I mentioned to you that that was the girl on my flight there who had a back problem.
Well, she landed very awkwardly there. She was leaning back. We'll see that replay shortly, but the men's javelin continues.
Yes, they build up now to the men's javelin out here with Sumedha Ranasinghe, the 2019 World Military Games bronze medalist. Well, they're all now hovering around 79.80. Of course, he's had the distinction. So coming up to the results there, 13.74 for Pragyan Prasanthi Sahu, the local girl. She's from Bhubaneshwar.
Yeah, it looks as though we've got a visual down on the track of the faller. She can't walk off the track. She's hopping. I think she doesn't want to leave on a stretcher, but that's a real problem with her left ankle. And I think looking at the position of the hurdle as well, she gave it a good kick with her lead leg.
Shivam Lokare. Very rarely do you see a southpaw, Jeff.
Yeah, it's not common. There have been classic javelin throwers left-handed, but I'm struggling to think of one right now.
Perfect body alignment for Shivam Lokare. He was, of course, in that position where his left leg was extended and braced. He made sure that his other leg was bent at the right position. We now move to Vikrant Malik, the 2023 World University Games finalist, 81.82. This boy with 76.09 is also coming out of an injury. His best so far, 73.2 meters, is capable of crossing the 80-meter mark. So yesterday at the TIC room, when he came to hand over his javelin implement, he did mention to me that this is just coming out of an injury phase and making sure that he gets into the right groove. Shashank Patil. There are presentations on at the same time as we will move across from the javelin, but this is Shashank Lokare. once again past 70. In fact, closer, I suspect, to about 74, 75. Was it 73.22? Started off with Shashank Patil, started off with 73.14. Jeff, these days, anything short of 79 or 18 a no-no.
Yeah, it's become that way. You're absolutely right. It's a recalibrated event. And I wouldn't care to say who will be world champion either.
You know, we've been talking of countries like, well, we are here at the presentation of the men's event. Draws me
the second place
with
with
the
a timing
javelin
of
on. We did mention
10.43
about countries
seconds,
like Ghana
representing Sri
and
Lanka.
Botswana. Grenada, for
Samod
example, is a
Young
country which has
Yodasinghe.
produced a classic boy.
And he was given a lighthouse by the president of his country for winning the Olympic gold in 2012.
Is that a beacon for the citizens of Grenada?
Well, what do you do with it? What do you do? I suppose you go and stay there for odd days or something like that.
Watching
The winner
action
of the
here
first
live,
place champion
the
of 100
Continental
meters and
Tour
the
bronze
fastest man title
at
holder
the Kalinga
for the
Stadium
World
in
Athletics
Bhubaneshwar.
Continental Tour bronze with a timing of 10.35 seconds,
You still
representing Malaysia.
got plenty of
Muhammad
action
Azim
out
bin.
here, but the event which of course eyes would be, and that's the boy from Malaysia who took the event away. Danish Iftikhar Mohammed. This was one event where I thought that India would get a placement in the 1, 2,
We
3s,
invite
but
our guest
the
for a photograph.
Malaysians and the Sri Lankans upset that apple cart.
Yeah, they've raced twice today. Not unusual for 100 metres. You sometimes get at world and European and Olympic level, Asian Championship level, a heat
Congratulations, winners,
or a
and
semi-final
we
at the
thank
start of
our
a
guest
session,
of
and then the
honour.
final, the last event of the day. So it was the 400 metres that was a difficult turnaround.
So 86.5 there for Ramesh Patirage. Well, he's closing in into the 90-meter mark, and you did mention there. You know, yesterday the officials were discussing, although this is, I think, gone outside the arc.
Yes,
and
he's bowled a
obviously,
wide there at the landing point.
you know, the officials were discussing, should we keep the mark at 80 and not beyond?
90, it would be tempting fate, wouldn't it? I wonder if we'll have a 100-metre marker in Tokyo. You know, they could be throwing 93, 94 metres. Stadia just aren't built for throws any longer than that.
It's a long way to go here. Rohit Yadav, 78.78. He's got 83.40, but his season's best has been 80.47. So he's amongst the Indian boys who's always done close to 80 plus. 83.40 I did mention. So fabulous spectacle here at the Kalinga Stadium. With Yadav, his last attempt 75.25.
For those watching javelin for the first time, you can see that's a pool of javelins there. Everybody can bring their own implement, but it goes back into that cage between rounds, and you can choose to throw with any javelin. And there was a point where there was a revolutionary new javelin, a Zalesny javelin, in the days when he was world record holder, and everybody was choosing that javelin, even though it belonged to one particular competitor who had like a prototype.
Remember as kids when we would play cricket with your cricket bat, and you'd say, I'm not going to give it to you.
Taking my bat home. Everything's getting cheered around the stadium. We've still got a live triple jump competition, a live javelin competition, and the women long jumpers being cheered out of the arena after the conclusion of theirs. Bit of dance cam going on. I think I've an incomplete scorecard, but I think Gailey Venister is leading from Abdullah Abubakar, two competitors over 16 metres in the triple jump.
Leaving it now for the music and the dance for all of you.
Well, they can see themselves on the giant screen at the end of the stadium, so they're getting the same view as you are. The boys a little bit less reticent, aren't they? That will change.
Streaming is available to you for the next 365 days of the year, so I'm sure all these youngsters will go back home and watch themselves in action.
They'll check it out. Yeah, I'm just trying to work out, we can't see the home straight as clearly, but I think it's about 10,000 people in here out of a 16,000 capacity, so it's absolutely fantastic, and the average age is probably under 20.
Malik now comes back again here for his throw. 76.09 is what I saw him at Ulve near Mumbai a few months ago. He's a very strong boy, trains at the Reliance Academy at Ulve, along with some of the top sprinters and hurdlers. Been short of the 75-meter mark. Wonderful follow through there for him. Looked at his throwing arm with that motion, and after the release is often slapping the left thigh. The next of the throwers is going to be 151 Shashank Patil. He too, like Vikrant, has been close to 75, but that's not going to do them a whale of good. Watch that grip very closely of Shashank Patil. Middle finger that you just washed there, the thumb above the cord, it's of course wrapped around. The evening, isn't it?
It's good, it's very good. Pity the teachers though, I couldn't do that. Mind you, they're pretty well behaved, they're just just loud.
Jasveer Singh, who's got 82.57 this year. Well, as he got to 80, he's surely close to the 80-meter mark. He should have bettered 77.39. But that Sri Lankan certainly on top there with 86 plus. I think icons do even for your neighboring country, because there are two Sri Lankans out here, both of them capable of doing 85 plus, and Sri Lanka has never been a very strong nation at the javelin. The 100, the 200 and the 400 has been their speciality.
So they're seeing their neighbours and following, keeping up with the Joneses, we would say.
Susanti Jayasinghe and Damayanti Darsha in the 100 and the 200. Yes, he's there. He seems to have gone closer to the 80. Shivam Lokare, Rohit Yadav 78.78, but the last one was a no-show. Oh yes, he's got 80.35. So he seems to be marching on now. With the two fouls that he had committed, he's made amends for that. All these javelin throwers, of course, making sure that the common mistakes are always avoided. Dropping the javelin down, angling it straight up, or gripping it incorrectly, obviously hindering the performance and potentially leading to an injury. The angle, of course, that's the next of them, Shivam Lokare, 78.83. That's been his best so far. Standing tall at 6'4". That's the boy to watch out for. He makes it look so effortless, this boy.
Does he look like he was playing darts there, didn't he?
How much of an advantage is it, your height of 5'11" and 6'4"?
Oh, height and weight are a huge advantage. I mean, I used to hare school cross countries for Steve Backley, who was briefly world record holder in the javelin. He had that athleticism, but even at school he was 6'5" and 15 stone, and javelin picked him. You know, you don't necessarily choose your event chooses you. And if you've got this sort of build with shoulders and a rotator cuff that can withstand the forces they're putting through it, then javelin's the event for you.
Sumedha Ranasinghe, 80.65. The third was a foul. The fourth likewise again. Is not able to match the second throw of his 80.65. But his compatriot Romesh Taranga Patirage is the leader of the pack out here. The next of the track events coming up will be in approximately 6 minutes from now. That will be the 1500 meters for the women. I remember, Jeff, there used to be a time till just a few years ago when the crowd would say we want to watch more of the track events. But
Yeah.
now it's all changing.
But I remember that when Backley threw that world record, it was during the 1500 metres in the golden era of British 1500 metre running, and nobody was watching the track. They were all cheering for the javelin. I think the triple jump competition has just concluded. We're out of vision of that. We're concentrating on this men's javelin, but I think it was a 1 centimetre margin. Abdullah Abu Bakr winning for India ahead of Gali Venista, 16:53 against 16:52, and that's a personal best for Venista. Andrea Nura of Malaysia was in third.
That, of course, going true to form, Abdullah Abu Bakr, India's representative at international meets, including the Olympic Games. You know, talking of the javelin throwers in India, 5 or 6 years back, you could hardly make 5 or 6 of them at any event. And today, you got 70 plus at the junior level and 60 plus in the men's event.
Yeah, it is redefining the whole weight of things. These are the athletes for the women's 1500 metres being introduced. 7-woman field, 3 3/4 laps of the track. You must excuse me, after this I'm going down for the 5,000 metres to do a turn on the PA, although it looks as though the crowd are going very nicely, thank you. I shall be back for the men's 200 metres, but this is a fascinating race. A very big spread of times. We could see almost 3/4 of the track between first and last, but it's a race in earnest. The quickest is Lily Das from Uttarakhand, 4th in the 2025 Asian Championships, hot favourite with a best of 4:10. The other athletes are either side of 4:20, including Gurjar, as we catch up with the javelin, still unfolding.
So yes, it's surely fascinating to watch 2 or 3 of those events on at the same time. Javelin for the men on now, and the women's 1500 meters would also get underway in, I make it about 3 minutes. They're already there. 1900 hours is what the women's 1500 meters is slated to be, and then you got the grueling 5,000 meters, always dominated by the Africans.
East Africans, yeah. It's things are changing a little bit. We'll see if they've changed with any kind of degree of permanence in Tokyo. The Americans are going quite well over 5,000 meters, but it's been East Africa for a while now.
Back to the javelin, Rohit Yadav of India. He's got 80.35 with 2 fouls, improving with every outing out there. Well, plenty of elevation out there. It looks as if he's once again. Oh no. It's
Red flag. He's bowled wide.
by a whisker.
Yeah, it's not by much. I mean, he's relying very heavily on the tape there. The tape is kind of an indicator for the sector distances, but it is the straight line that marks the foul line. It's the baseline.
So back to Sachin Yadav. Rohit Yadav, the one of the 2 Yadavs out here. Sachin Yadav not going to the expectation, 78.51. He's got at the national games with injury, he got to 85. Shivam it is. Shivam Lokre, 80.73. He's done well. He's not what we were talking about. Not a very strong lad. Not big shoulders, but nevertheless, the height perhaps.
Yeah, whippy arm, a fast arm will make a big difference, and the speed of the approach and the base that you give yourself for launching it. So that is the women's 1500 metre lineup. Favourite there in all black, Lily Das. And on the caption you can see we've lost one there since they declared. I'm just looking to see who that is. I think it may be Oh no, Vanita Gurjar is there on the outside, so I think it may be Bandari, the 17-year-old from Nepal, who isn't running. So 3 3/4 laps of the track. I'm not aware of any designated pacemaker. We've only seen one pacer, and that was in the men's 800 metres. You can see that the gap's already starting to open up, and as we saw in one of the earlier races in the women's 8, if you're that much significantly better on season's best, then you might as well make it a long run for home. Make it a test of fitness, and this is Lily Das, who is 10 seconds quicker than anybody else in the field, really going for it from a long way out. The athlete immediately behind her, Pooja from Haryana, the 25 Asian Games silver medalist. Well, she's actually close on season's best, so we may see a duel between these two, and it may take them close to 4:10. Looking at what the stadium record is, it's 4:06 by Diksha KM. That was at the Interstate Championships 2 years ago. But they've set out with intent. 64 seconds for 400 would be 4-minute pace. They're around about 66, so that's about 4:7, 4:8 pace. And these two starting to draw clear. And she has to be careful here, Lily Das, because she may just be setting herself up as a pacemaker. That's a very tall figure behind her, looking very relaxed, Pooja. And she has got championship credentials. They both have. It may come down to who's got the pace. But at the moment, Das favouring a front run. And you can see what it's done to the field behind them. My goodness, look, it's about 80 metres between first and last at the moment. And they're coming round with 2 laps to go. So we're barely at the halfway point. And already the podium, the top 3 at least, look to be breaking away. It's warm. It's the longest race on the women's card. It's very humid. We were looking at 85% humidity or thereabouts. So this is a real warrior's way of running it. I'm sure those 4:10 times that they ran will have been somewhere a little bit more cool than this. Not bad. They're only out there for 4 minutes, so they'll have trained in this, and we have a change of leader as they go through 2 laps. It's slowed very slightly. That may be why Pooja has taken it on, and she may have just sensed that Das was wilting a little bit there. I don't rule out the athlete there in third, Amandeep Kaur, not far behind. She's tracking this. It's perhaps at 2 or 3 seconds back, which she wouldn't like. It will be the bell this time around, and they may have an agreement to take on a lap each here, and then every woman for themselves on the final circuit. So it was 2 laps from Lily Das. She was 4th in the Asian Championships. It may be a rematch of those two, so they'll have raced each other plenty of times. They'll know each other's strengths and weaknesses. They're quite different physically. Very tall figure out in front, looking very composed. Lily Das perspiring freely, just looks to be in a little bit more discomfort as they take the bell. Pooja applying a little bit of pressure. Is there a response from Das? She's still there. Still there. It's big prize money as well, don't forget. So this, the first ever women's 1500 in the World Athletics Continental Tour in India. And you still couldn't throw a blanket over them. Pooja still leading. Das still there. The early leader is not giving up on this, but the big stride now starting to unwind for Pooja. 200 metres to go. She's doubled that margin. 150 to go. She's trebled the margin over Lily Das. She struck where it hurt most, and Das just takes a glimpse over her shoulder to see if she's safe in second. She is. So Pooja with a big win here at the Continental Tour at Bhubaneshwar. She's going to take it, and the time is quick. That's the biggest margin we've had of the day, 4:15. Lily Das takes second place, and Amandeep Kaur is going to take third place. And I will go down to trackside for the men's 5,000 metres. Let's hope it's as full on as that one was. Pooja ran that a hard way.
So we're back to the javelin out here from a fascinating 1,500 meters. Nowhere close to the timings that both Lily Das and Pooja have to their credit. Pooja 4:10.5 4.83, the season's best, and her personal best of 409.52. It didn't really matter at the end of the day because the victory at 1 and 2 for Pooja and Lily Das made sure that India finished on top as 1 and 2 in the women's 1500 meters. We're now going to head to the introduction of the men's 5000 meters. The first of them is the boy. Of course, this is the long jump with a very strong field. We will also have the 5000 meters in a short while. The long jump for men with Jaswin Aldrin in the fray out here. He represents Reliance. We also have the like of Sri Shankar Murli, who represents the JSW. Tanzi Hang of Malaysia. Got a big field of 12 in the men's long jump. Shahnawaz Khan. This has been a novel by the Athletic Federation of India and the
Winner
government of
representing
Odisha,
Bihar,
Sunny Kumar, where along with the gate you also have the
2023
wonderful
Asian Games silver
photograph
medal
of
winner
the boys.
representing JSW, Yam Sri Shankar.
And this is the boy Murli Sri Shankar.
2024 national jury champion.
He's been amongst our top two athletes.
Mohammed Muhassin.
The 2023 Asian Games silver medalist
2025
8.41.
Federation Cup champion representing
Mohammed,
NCOE Bangalore. P.
Mohassin was there in the triple jump,
in the 2025
7.80 meters.
American University
The 2024
Championships.
national junior champion
Representing Karnataka, Lokesh
from
Satyanarayana.
Karnataka is Lokesh Satyanathan, 8.02, fifth at the 2025 NCAA American Universities champion. So he's got loads of experience in the United States of America, which has also produced some fabulous long jumpers. Bob Beeman, Mike Powell, Carl Lewis, Jesse Owens,
Gentlemen, it's time for us to
1936. The list is endless.
Jeff Whiteman from UK to present you the men competitors of 5,000 meters.
We will have the 5,000 meters, which is slated at 19:10.
The longest event of the program, this men's 5,000 meters. To urge you to get behind all of the competitors and see if we can get a really great race. We're approaching the grand climax of this first ever World Athletics Continental Tour event in India, here in Kalinga Stadium. It sounds fantastic. I don't know about the 100-meter runners, they were a bit unsettled by your noise, but let's make sure that it's really loud, really proud in India for this men's 5,000 meters. And we also have the javelin competition, and that triple jump just concluded on the far side. Plenty of events still to come, including a relay. Everybody loves a relay, 4x400 meters at the end.
We just had the introduction of the men's long jump, where eyes will be on Jaswin Aldrin and Sri Shankar Murli.
So let's welcome them into the stadium. The athletes
Pushing them
drawn
will
at
be
one
some of
is
the others like
10,000 meters
Mohammed
2023 Asian
Mohassin
bronze
of the
medalist for the
JSW.
railway team, Abhishek Pal. Drawn
This
two
is at
for
the
Army,
far
the
end.
2025 Federation Cup bronze medalist for India, Kiran Matre. Hip number 3, an Asian Championship representative from Bhutan, Gawa Zangpo. Hip number 4, for the Army team, the 2024 national bronze medalist for India, Lovepreet Singh. The 2025 national silver medalist with hip number 5, Gagan Singh. Drawn at 6, for Nepal, Mukesh Bahadur Pal. Drawn at 7 with a best of 13.39, representing the Army, and Asian Games representative Sarwan Barwal. Drawn at 8, the 2023 National Under-23 champion for India, representing the Army, Shadab Ayub Pathan. Drawn 9, 5th in the 2025 Federation Cup, from Delhi, Saurabh Kumar. Drawn at 10 with a best of 14.33, visiting from Bhutan, Sangay. And drawn 11 from Djibouti, 9th at the All-African Games when he set a national under-18 record, Wabari Igwe Hussein. That's the lineup for the men's 5,000 meters, our longest event. It is still 29 degrees and 75% humidity, so they need your help. 12 and a half laps. Fastest man in the field is Sarwan Barwal, hip number 7, Asian Games representative, 13.39. So they'll be looking to go round in about 64 or 65 seconds per lap. And this is also our biggest field of the day on the track. So we get underway, 12 and a half laps of the track. Let's get behind them right from the start. If you've got your phone with you, you can watch pictures live on YouTube. You can see yourself, but we want to hear you as well. We've got visitors from Djibouti, from Bhutan, and India strong in this one. Pathan, the 2023 National Under-23 champion, the early leader as they go through with 12 laps to go, already stringing out between first and last in this large field. Let's get the applause going as they come in front of you. This is a big undertaking. 5 kilometers in this heat. Let's make sure it's a warm noise as well as a warm night. Let's go. Be loud, be proud. This is India.
The 5,000 meters with just under a minute and a half out here. Surely the favorite of the event is Sarwan Barwal, who has had plenty of experience out here. We're missing Gulveer Singh from the army, who is obviously practicing abroad. Shadab taking that early lead. Shadab Ayub Pathan from the army. He's been the world 10 kilometers participant in 2025 April. Shadab, the leader of the pack out here. In the second place and the third, they will slowly but surely start building up that momentum. Saurabh Kumar of Delhi is in second, and with in the third position is Abhishek Pal of the Railways. Pal 27 years old, comes from Amethi. He won a bronze medal at the Asian Athletic in the 10,000 meters. He's now shifted gear with Shadab Pathan now slipping into third. Abhishek Pal, who's got tons of gold in the Federation Cup, both in the 5,000 and the 10,000 meters. He is also used to running the road races, the 15 kilometers. A gold at the 2018 half marathon in Delhi, and the 27th of April 2025, the world 10 kilometers at Bangalore. It's still Abhishek Pal in the lead. We watch the technique characterized by the upright body position, although some slight forward lean that you're watching out there occurring during the phases of the acceleration. It's too close for comfort out here. Abhishek continues to take the lead. I suspect he will be pressurized by Sadab, who continues to take the second. Savan Barwal, on whom the eyes will be on. The National Games gold medal, the 10,000 meters and the 5,000 meters. 13 minutes 45.93 for Savan Barwal in Dehradun. He surely is one to be in the fray, make sure that is locked up with the top 3-4, making sure that he is not going to allow the others to get past him. He's there in number 3 position. Abhishek Pal continues to take the lead. His stride length, moderate to long, and in the knee lift that you're watching out there, the leg drive, depending upon the distance and the phase of the race. Well, it's 1, 2 and 3 for the Indians. You got Bhutan there with Gawa Zatso at the back. The second of the Bhutanese, Sangye, and Djibouti with Waberi Hussain. Nepal has got Mukesh Bahadur Pal. The chase, the tag, the long runs, of course, the steady state for the top runners out here. The rate at which we all know, which the oxygen demands and the oxygen use are balanced. These athletes, of course, there on your picture frame, they all run on trails, fields, roads and tracks at slow to moderate speed, but the pattern continues to remain the same. Abhishek Pal, Shadab Ayub Pathan and Savan Barwal. We still have 7 laps to go. We are hovering around 6.5 minutes so far. The 5,000 meters that we have been talking about, where the Africans have always dominated the event. Gulveer Singh, of course, along with Avinash Sable, has been India's stars. The best in 2025, Grant Fisher of the United States, 12 minutes .09. Nico Young, also of the United States, 12 minutes 45.27. Well, suddenly we seem to be seeing a change in the pattern, with Abhishek being pushed back. It's all changing from here on. Waberi Igia Hussain of Djibouti, he's slipped into the lead right now. Kiran Matre Kiran Matre represents the army. A silver at the National Games in Dehradun in the 10,000 meters. But the Djibouti boy, Waberi Hussain, seems to be having some other ideas. But the all-time greats, of course, Uganda, Ethiopia, Kenya, with 12:35.36, Joshua Cheptegei of Uganda, the all-time great. And this year, likewise, in the Diamond League, it's been the Ethiopians with Nico Young at the Bislett Games, 12:45.27. Is Hussain going to latch on? He's still got 5 to go. Matre continues to hold the second position out there. And then Abhishek, who was the leader of the pack, is now continuing to be in the top 3 for Savan Barwal. Will want to make that move. Abhishek did try to get from the inside to the outside. It's here Savan Barwal now making sure that Kiran Matre is pushed back to 3. He moves into position at number 3. Savan Barwal. So it's of Djibouti in 1, Abhishek Pal of the Railways into the Indian Abhishek Pal. Savan Barwal of the army is in 3. Kiran Matre of the army is in 4. Shadab Ayub Pathan of the army as well is in 5. Wincing in pain there is Matre. It's now opening up. It's Hussain of Djibouti, Abhishek Pal of the Railways, and Savan Barwal of the army. 1, 2, 3 with Matre and Shadab now being pushed. Shadab trying to break the shackles, getting the better of Matre there. We got at the far end the 200, and from there on it will be 3 to go. But the young boy from Djibouti, born the 1st of January 2008, just 17 years old, he's kept the Indians at bay. The Indians will want to make sure that they break away at some point. 3 to go now, which is 1,200 meters. In fact, a little short of 1,200 because they've covered an approximately 50 meters now. Looks over his shoulder is Waberi Igyo Hussain of Djibouti. The top 3 will now lap Sangye of Bhutan. Well, the march for him continues. Hussain of Djibouti, Abhishek Pal and Savan Barwal. The chase continues. We are now at the far end once again. When will this pattern change is the big question. The 5,000 meters and the 10,000 meters are considered, of course, the best method for developing an aerobic base and building aerobic endurance. Athletes, of course, as we now head to the presentation, one more presentation out here. And that's the triple jump for the men. The honors being done by Bahadur Singh
The
Sagu,
winner of the first place and the champion of triple jump.
the
With a
president of the
performance
Athletic
16.53
Federation of India.
meters representing Air Force, Abdullah Abubakar.
And with him is Harjinder Singh, Executive Council member at the AFI. And there at the background, we just saw the start of the final lap with Waberi Igwe Hussain of Djibouti continues to take the lead. Abhishek Pal trying to cling on, so too is Savan Barwal. Waberi Igwe Hussain, not one to give up. The far end, 200 meters to go. He's now slipping away. He's picked up that speed. Oh, look at that gap there. Waberi Hussain of Djibouti surely is going to take the 5,000 meters. The Indians, Abhishek Pal, will have to be content. There's no one on a picture frame. And Djibouti takes the number one through Waberi Hussain. Abhishek Pal takes the second. And Savan Barwal, the National Games gold medal winner in the 5,000, takes the third. So it surely has been a fabulous 5,000 meters. The stragglers, Lovepreet of course, experience, but still today it wasn't his day. The two Bhutanese boys, the first of them out there was Gawa Sangpo. He finishes the 5,000. But certainly a worthy winner for Djibouti, Waberi Igwe Hussain. He takes number one. So Hussain, 14 minutes 05.36, takes the first. Abhishek Pal, 14:10.60, takes the second. And the third, of course, is that's the finish from Change. A very happy boy from Bhutan. Make sure that he finishes the 5,000. And the third position to Savan Barwal surely must be disappointed. 14:13.41. Yeah, 13:45.93 at the National Games just about a few months ago. But a worthy winner, Hussain of Djibouti, takes number one. So we will move to the long jump, but also in I make it now the introduction for the women's 200 meters will also take place. Well, Mike, apologies. It's the men at the 200 meters.
That's what I came sprinting all the way back up the stairs for. So as the horizontal jumps unfold towards their conclusion, we're coming to one of the last men's individual events of the day, lane by lane introduction. And don't forget, these athletes raced at 8 a.m. this morning to qualify for this final. Very unusual experience for them. They'll have had to go back and massage, maybe nap, because they got up at 4 o'clock this morning. And I can tell you that two of the athletes, the winners of the two heats, ran exactly the same time. That's Animesh Kujur of India and Ko Sengwan of the Republic of Korea. We had the unusual situation of Kujur pulling up in the 100 metres, but he was obliged to run it, having entered. You can't scratch without medical reason. Long jump still unfolding there.
Yes, that's a big field. The men's long jump, 12 started off.
Well, that's the reception for Animesh Kujur. Ran the 100 metres and the 200 metre heats only about 20 minutes apart. Ragul Kumar will be on the outside in lane 7. And right on the outside, this is Kumo Matheto Kotse. Set a personal best of 21.36 earlier this year. The two heat winners, the two top-seeded lanes are lanes 5 and 6. Ko Sengwan, who we didn't see, the Korean, multiple relay medals at Asian Championship level, and the star of Indian sprinting. He covered 50 metres in the 100. He covered a good 200 metre heat. Is he going to do 450 metres for his day's work? And is he going to win? Because it is so tight. It will come to the start, how they control the bend, the form in the closing stages when the shoulders start to tie up. The Korean, I must say, looked particularly good in winning his heat earlier this morning.
We will alternate between the 200 meters coming up for the men and the long jump for the men as well. Mohammad Mosain 7.80, and you also have Mohammad Anis Yaya, the two Mohammads.
Well, Envision, is he the favourite or not? We're going to have a quick spin across the line. The drone has launched, going across the grass. This stadium looks beautiful, doesn't it? And having been down at trackside, I can tell you it's an amazing noise for the athletes. The students in the audience are not holding back at all, giving lots of support for everybody right the way through the fields, track and field. This is Tuna Tovatuna Timo from Papua New Guinea, winner of the Pacific Mini Games Championships. And it looks as though lane 4 is empty, so that should have been Shubham of India. Doesn't look like he's running. Or is that him arriving now? Just looking. Oh yeah, we have a full house. They're just arriving belatedly. I think all eyes will be on lanes 5 and 6 here. They went through the rounds winning only by the Korean won by a huge margin. The Indian number 1 just won by a small margin, but he had that slightly unusual day of pulling out midway through the 100 metre heat and then going all the way through the mix zone, back through the warm-up area, redeclaring and running and winning just his heat of the 200 metres. So for my money, it is Kujur in lane 6 in the red against Ko Sengwan of the Republic of Korea in the white singlets and black shorts. Let's see.
A dark horse could be lane 1, Amlan Borgohain, the former Indian national champion and record holder.
Okay, we'll watch for him. And the other athlete who we didn't catch on introduction is Luke Dorrell of Great Britain, the 2024 England champion in the white singlet in lane 2. The seeded lanes are in the centre, the hot favourites, but it will be close. Korea and India in 5 and 6. This could be one of the races of the day, but let's not jinx it. So their times were both 20.99 in the heats. Very slow response in the outside lane. That may have been crowd noise for Kotse. The big two starting to draw clear. Korea against India on the outside. The dark horse on the inside. Borgain starting to challenge as well. But it is going to be Kuja who ends his day in outstanding fashion in 20.74. It was all part of the master plan. Enter the 100 metres, give yourself a pipe opener, win your heat with minimal effort, and then blast the final. And he really did there. And you were right, by the way, about Borgain. He had a very poor lane draw in lane 1 from his semi-final result. But the Korean never really got on terms once they straightened up. You can see Sengwan just slightly more strained at the shoulders than he was in the heat. And here comes the charge. It's almost like a turbo switch. That's Kuja flicked to blast through the last 30 or 40 metres, and he opened up a lot of daylight. The Korean actually did well to hang on to second with Kumar, making it an Indian sandwich with the Korean in the middle.
No wonder Animesh Kushur is called the junior bolt out of this country. The 100 and the 200. The 200 actually is his favourite, 20.77.
Well, he had us guessing, didn't he, this morning? Was he injured? Had he missed a recall? And all it was that if you enter an event at this level of competition, you can't just scratch. You have to line up. So he just ran out of the blocks and then came back for his specialist event. And he's won. And it's one of the best wins of the day against a really classy field.
We now head to the women's part of the 200 meters. Watch out for the young Unnati Ayappa. Her parents would be watching her very closely. Pramila Bulanda, former India international at the Olympic Games. And the last of them is Angel Sylvia of the NCOE Bangalore. The women's 200 meters will also be one cut of an event out like the men that we just watched. Just about 3 minutes away from the 200 meters for men. Fascinating race that we did watch in the men's. And just going back, Jeff, while we do introduce the 200 meters, I thought that the Korean was wonderful as well. Did he look over his shoulder and did that cost him?
I think he was unpressurised in his heat. So we saw him at his smoothest and his best. And he was put under a lot of pressure there coming into the straight, and I think he just tightened up a little bit. That no more than that. You know you can only run against the opposition. He didn't really have much opposition at heat level, but that was good race. It lived up to its billing there, didn't it?
So yes, we've got some wonderful athletes out here. I'm going to take as we get back to the men's long jump at the far end, and when the 200 does get onto their blocks, I'm going to get Jeff into talking of 1988, and he knows what I'm talking about in the 200 meters.
Is that the... yeah. Wow. 1988 was Flojo. That world record has lasted for a long time since then. Set in winning the gold medal at the Seoul Olympics, the late Flojo, but it's kind of redefined things. But well, we're getting ready to introduce this for what will be the last individual track event of the day, and let's hope it's as good as the race that preceded it.
We've got the long jump for the men and the 200 meters for the women. The 200 meters for the women, in fact, are being introduced right now. I suspect it will be Nitya Gande in 5, representing Telangana. It could be Vijaya Kumari, who won a gold in the 100 earlier on. She's back just after about 30 odd minutes out here. Or could it be Unnati Ayappa? There you are. That's the shift from the long jump. In lane number 8 is Angel Sylvia, 2025 World University Games semi-finalist. In 7 is Unnati Ayappa. I did mention to you, a mother, a heptathlete, 2 Olympic Games. Father Ayappa, the coach. She's in 7. Could be the dark horse. In 6 is Vijaya Kumari, gold in, number 1 in the 100 meters. And in 5 is Nitya Gandhe, once again the favorite. Well, they're setting off there. That's quick-paced. Ayappa is looking strong. Vijaya Kumari is good as well. We got only 5 of them in the fray. In the outside, Angela Silva is looking strong. But that girl there in the center of the pack, Nitya Gandhe, Vijaya Kumari. Oh, we got a surprise coming up. We got a surprise. Angel Sylvia of the NCOE has left all the others behind. Topsy-turvy.
Well, and that's very, very close to her lifetime best. She had only one way she could run it from the outside, and she did it brilliantly. A real contrast in styles when you watch it on the replay between the long striding figure on the outside and the much more quick turnover athlete in second, but a nice race.
Yes, this girl, Angel Sylvia, very recently at the 2025 World University Games, she was a semi-finalist. Watch there, 23.95. Nitya Gandhe, 24.11. And Unnati Ayappa, I think, has done well for herself, 24.56. She just graduated from the junior ranks to the senior ranks. The parents must be a very happy lot.
Yes, a good day. What a place to do it as well, run put together a 200 metres like that.
Back to the long jump for the men. It's been a long journey for the men. We, of course, coming up to the final event in the track, which will be the 4x400 meters. The 4x400 meters mixed relay and the 4x400 women's relay, which was slated to be the 18th and the 19th, has been scratched because of lack of entries. But the 4x400, surely, Jeff, would be the one to watch out for.
Oh, it's the rock and roll way of finishing any meeting, isn't it? A relay. Slippery batons, bungled changeovers, drama all the way through. We've got a presentation coming up. We'll have a few of those at the conclusion of the meeting. We're still going. We have maybe some of the best events to come. This has already been a triumph, though. The first ever Continental Tour World Athletics level meeting in India has been a success. I know Ravinder Chowdhury, watching remotely, will be very proud of the way this has been delivered. It's been a top-class event.
You've been at so many of these. While we will watch the men's long jump still in action. This is one of the 12 starters. It's been a long journey here in the women as well. Lokesh, the Indian, in the long jump for the men. As I did say, your journey at the international level on a scale of 10, this particular event, how many marks?
Oh, if you double the tariff for the crowd, which was amazing, it's a 10 out of 10, because most meet organisers around the world would kill for that sort of noise and enthusiasm. It made a great atmosphere. The reason we're looking at Lokesh is that he's in second place and he is only 21 centimetres behind the leader in this, his third round jump.
So Murli Sri Shankar, who's come out of a terrible injury. He was on the plane, or supposed to be on the plane to Paris, and then he underwent some series of operations for 365 days. He's just come back 30 days ago, and he won 2 titles in Portugal and in some other place in Europe recently.
Well, it's going well. It's still at the halfway point, or not quite even at the halfway point. We haven't had wind gauge readings. Oh, yes, we have. They're virtually zero. throughout the competition. 0 point whatever meters per second behind and against. So it could be that as things hot up, including Lokesh of India in second place, we'll get well over 8 meters. Let's see. Just watching the replay of his jump, that will be the footage. I doubt the coach will have done it himself. It may be our footage. Well, he may have done, because he'll be concentrating on the board as we look at the presentation of awards.
I'm sure the athletes will carry back some great memories of their sojourn out here, as you would do, Jeff.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic hosting for a first time. Always very difficult to get an event off the ground. This is the presentation. Some while ago it was for the men's 800 metres. It was one of the earlier track finals that we saw on the programme. So that's the Honourable Deputy Chief Minister for Agriculture, Farming, Empowerment and Energy, Ashri Kanak Valdam Singh, and he's accompanied by Sri Yogesh Bahadur Kurania. That's the Director of Police, the Director General of Police for the Odisha state. So I do hope nobody's parked illegally as he's making his way out. This has been a huge collaboration between the public bodies, private sponsors, the federations, nationally and internationally. Very, very difficult to get an event off the ground at the right level with everything. It's so many moving parts. If you think about some of the sports that you cover, football, cricket, tennis, they require 10 officials maximum. Even a basic athletics meeting requires 30 or 40. So there's a level of expertise required, technical knowledge, and India has done a fantastic job.
Talking about these athletes, I'm going to go away from here to tennis. I remember Ariana Sabalenka coming to Pune to take part in a $15,000 ITF tournament, and little did we dream that she'll go on to win a Wimbledon and a Grand Slam title and being the world number one. And you know, talking to her then, she says, I have my eyes on these Grand Slam titles. So likewise, when you look at these athletes out here, some of them, of course, will go on to win honors at the Asian level and then the world level.
Well, we have athletes that have gone to World Student Games. We have got teenagers here. They're at a relatively early stage in their careers. Not all of them, but a lot of those are having their first experience of this level of competition without having to travel too far. They're the stars of tomorrow. They are your Sabalenkas in track and field. This is the recalibration of the long jump final. So the leading 8 only, as we welcome the relay teams. India A will be on the inside.
Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka. Some of these teams have been pulled together by team managers overnight. They'll be
Ida.
strong. The key battle that we're looking for is India A against India B, we think, don't we?
I remember at one particular point of time, the Sri Lankans used to be a very strong outfit in the 4x400. They would come to India in the Grand Prix events and really get the better of the Indians. Sugat Tilakaratne was one name I remember, who was an Asian silver medalist in the 400 meters.
Well, I remember all of those names simply because they're so long. If you're introducing 4 athletes in a relay, name by name, or on a medal podium, you have to say them in full, and some of those would have scored 500 points in Scrabble. Very, very long Sri Lankan names. It looks as though we don't have India B, so it is Iraq against Sri Lanka against India.
Back to the long jump now, and back to the 4x400. India A with a very strong outfit. You can watch Vishal TK there. He won the 400 meters earlier on.
We've got the declarations for some of the athletes in this 4x400 metres. So I think India was quite late to declare. But Sri Lanka, well, here we go again. You can do it because these are, you could never have these names on vests because you would need a vest about the size of the long jump pit. Senarath Mudayi Salangi, SW Raja Karuna, Jayathun Galagi, Imesh Dishmitha and Silva Kiriwitagi are the Sri Lankan team. Iraq go with Taha Hussain, Diriwar and Al-Taimi. Oh, and the Indian team has now come in vision. Do you recognise them?
So the
Is this the
Indian
winning
of course,
team?
is TK Vishal. Well, he won the, remember the 400 meters earlier on. Amol Jacob finished with a silver in the 400 meters. Chaudhary and Dharamveer. So my bet, I'm sure, would be on the India A team for sure. This is virtually the same side which was
Ladies
a
and
part of the
gentlemen, we will now be
Indian
witnessing
squad
the
at the
presentation
Budapest
ceremony.
World Championships. Ramesh
For the
is not
women
there.
winners of
Mohammad
javelin
Mani,
It
Yaya
will be
is
our
not there.
pleasure to
But this
request
virtually
our
was
guest of
the team
honor,
at
Mr.
Budapest
Mayank
as well.
Well, you would expect the home team to want to come at full strength for this as we continue in the long jump. We're just getting underway in round 5.
So the last we were
Round
there,
4, correction, round 4.
the last we were there was Lokesh Satyanathan in the second position. Mohammad Hussain with 7.38, not quite there. Murli Sri Shankar certainly has been a revelation in the last 1 month. That comeback trail of his. He went through a series of operations and has finally come back bubbling out there. I met him yesterday at the practice session. He won a number 1 position very recently where we were live streaming on the same AFI channel. His parents, both of them have been India international. His father was a triple jumper, represented India, Murli Sri Shankar, and his mother also played some other sports. So, mother in fact was also in PG Mall.
Yeah, it happens. He's got good jumping genes. The competition is coming alive as we approach the halfway point. We had 5 of the competitors record their best jumps in round 5, including 7.95 for the leader Sri Shankar and Lokesh jumping 7.85. Only 10 centimetres between the pair of them. And then currently in third with 7.67 is Khan Shaznavaz. So it's an India 1, 2, 3. And this athlete, David, is the, well, he's not unlucky because there are 4 checks, but he's 4 centimetres behind the top 3.
Well, Jaswin Aldrin, the national record holder, was slated to be there. That's Sandip Mehta, the Secretary of the Athletic Federation of India. This was the javelin throw for the women. Anurani there on your picture frame, right in the center.
I hope we get a big smile. She was quite subdued during the competition, wasn't she? But this is a win to remember just because of the significance of the meeting.
Every time I do an interview with her or a chat with her, she's stony-faced, but she does all of that performance on the field out there.
Got her game face on, but let's hope it's receiving a big check face that we get on the podium for the photos.
So we had Karishma Sanil taking the 4th. Deepika of Haryana 54.28 the second position. Sri Lanka managed to get a number 2 position with Lekha there 56.27, but the number 1 to Anurani, the favorite, Uttar Pradesh 62.01. And in fact she's been struggling to get beyond 60, and she's finally done it for the second time in a month span.
It was a good competition, and it was the first impression that we had of the crowd playing their part in supporting the athletes.
We finally saw her smiling there.
Yeah, it's the 8 at the start of the check that's done it.
We Going to have the 4 by 400 meters, 3 teams in the fray here in the final event of the fabulous one-day World Athletics Continental Tour here at the Kalinga Stadium in Bhubaneshwar. Starting for India would be Amoj Jacob. That's the India A team. Vishal TK would be, I suspect, the anchor. He's been India's top 400 meters runner. With the number 1 and number 2 today, TK Vishal and Amoj Jacob, they surely would be out there to take the 4x400 by a mile.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, because when a team does that, I remember the USA with Michael Johnson used to dominate from the first leg. You don't want to be the weak link. You don't want to be the one with a split that is a second slower than everybody else's. So if the first guy goes off quick, everybody else has to follow suit. There'll be no coasting here.
Remember, 1600 meters vis-a-vis 400 meters.
You might notice in the background the stadium emptied. Not emptied, but a lot of them left after the men's 200 metres, and I couldn't figure it out because we had lots of good racing and good competition to come. It's a school night. It's a school night, isn't it? They've got to be back home and in bed. It's school in the morning.
I still remember as school kids when we would go for an event of this nature, the children would shout to the principal and the teachers in the stadiums, give us a holiday tomorrow. And most times we did manage to get a holiday for the next day.
Well, these guys have certainly made a big contribution to the atmosphere. I'm sure those watching around the world will have been impressed by that. Almost full, above 10,000, lively atmosphere, and hopefully they'll go away, and if somebody says, are you coming again next year? Yes, please. Can I bring my friend?
This morning, after we went back after the morning session to the hotel, I saw the recording of the live streaming, and there was an international flavor to the viewership out here. So that obviously meant there were odd times. Can you imagine the United States of America? There were some people who were watching it and they said we were from America, and it was midnight out there. So that augurs well for the sport.
Yeah, it was sparse within the stadium, as you'd expect, and some of those times, as we mentioned, were world records for 7:30 in the morning doing 100 metres. It's a rare thing and an unusual experience, but one that you could encounter at championship level in very hot climates.
So a reminder that the Indian team has got Vishal TK, Amoj Jacob, Chaudhary and Dharamveer. That's the Indian quartet. The Sri Lankan team, Senarath with Rajakurna, and then you got Silva, and finishing off will be Idupa. Iraq with Hussein. The second of them will be Jamal. The third would be Abdullah, and the last of them, the anchor, would be Adil. The Iraqis, like the Sri Lankans, have longish names once again.
When I look at the dates of birth, and we do have that on our computer system, I see 2007, 2008, and I think, goodness me, I've got shirts older than that. I've got things in my fridge older than that.
So the 400 meters, the relay.
I think they're complaining about the noise from the crowd. There is still quite a large contingent clustered at the balcony, and on the outside lane, I don't think they can hear the starter's command. It's a good problem to have in a way, but we have a railroad to run here, don't we? I think so. It's a green card being issued, I'm sure, because they can't hear. Boisterousness. Show a birthday card.
finally set off now here in the first of the 400 meters. Out here. Yeah, of course, the favorites, but don't miss out on the Sri Lankans, Iraqians. Out here, the Iraqis making sure that they would want to give their very best out here. That's a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, it's normally a two-bend or a three-bend stagger. I think that they've just run off a two-bend stagger here, but this, well, is assuming the normal order now, but he left it a little bit late. He'll be passing over in the middle, not on the inside. In fact, on the outside, because he was third at 100 metres.
It is Vishal TK who takes the second and not the anchor. He's been fresh from the 400 meters where he won the number one position. Now you take those huge strides. Far the most experience of the Indian runners out here. He continues the same momentum. I don't think he's going to push himself because he's got nothing to really lose out here.
Well, it makes it exciting, doesn't it? This next handover, where it could be very tight. Remember, they line up from the inside in the order they were at halfway. But this is the halfway point in the race. We've only got 2 laps to go, and you could fit all 3 in a phone box.
The moment I thought that after the first 200 meters, it would be Vishal TK. It's now going to be left to the two of them, Chaudhary and Dharamveer for India. They continued that momentum of that lead. But the Sri Lankans have slowly but surely slipped in now. It's a different game plan for the Sri Lankans.
I think he's gone out very riskily, the Sri Lankan here. You can see his eyes are blazing. He's full on. But let's see if the lactic sniper comes into play in the closing 50 metres, because that was full on. To go that quickly past, there's sometimes a price to be paid.
That lead is not going to hold him in good stead for a time, because the Indians from the inside has made that was a change in strategy. They got plan number B into action out there. Well, for sure, the Sri Lankans knows it's.
Well, it's deafening. All the kids have come down to the edge of the rail right by the finish line. Not over yet, but India have got some firepower on this last leg, but the other two teams are not rolling over.
Dharamveer it is who takes the anchor for India. He's been a strong 400 meters by himself. Iraq and Sri Lanka are not one to give up there. They're pushing Dharamveer there towards the final 60 odd meters. I suspect he'll take it away.
Look at this for a finish. It's going to the wire and it's going to be Sri Lanka. What a race. Oh, that was some run on the final leg there.
Did I say that the Indians will take it away towards the end?
It's not over till the fat lady sings. Well, his team will carry him shoulder high. It's quietened the crowd right down, because it did look like a lap of honour at one point, but it's that whole thing of over-committing down the back straight, because it's a fine judgment with the levels of lactic that will keep you pumping down the home straight, and the Indians haven't gone to each other. Look at this, look how far he's coming back from. He's in third here, now second, and now with only 10 metres to go. Wow, what an anchor leg that was.
Well, they certainly kept themselves 308.22, and that's a picture which I'm sure the Emerald Isle will celebrate, the four of them. We've been talking about historically how strong the Sri Lankans have been.
So this, I think, now that all of the action is concluded, will be one of 5 medal ceremonies. Oh, we're still going, of course, still going. Track action's finished, but we've still got the long jump in its final stages. Let's keep an eye on how that is developing.
So what an anticlimax this was, with about 10 meters to go. That's the boy who was lying in the second position. Lokesh.
Well, he's now been nudged down into third place. So we've had our first 8-meter jump. It goes to Shanavaz Khan, who's had otherwise 3 fouls. Sri Shankar with 7.95. And so this is the third place athlete, Lokesh. He likes it, gets out of the pit quickly, which is always a good sign. Gets the white flag at the board. Needs to begin with an 8 at least for him to take the lead.
Yes, that's a bit of a surprise with Shahnawaz Khan pushing Murli Sri Shankar to the second at this point of time.
And Khan, that's the longest jump of his life. A very eccentric series, foul, lifetime best foul. I wonder if it's going to continue in that vein because they are breathing down his neck. It's only a 9 centimeter margin.
7.90 was his personal best earlier on in the year 2025, this season.
And this is the athlete in second, Sri Shankar. He's got an immediate right of reply. He's got a much better series. Foul 792, 795, 793. He just needs to find 9 centimeters because his backup jumps are all so much better. So there is rhythmic clapping going on to support him. You can see the Iraqi athlete behind him who's jumping next. That's Gumal Al-Fadili supporting him. Here we go. They look like a foul, yeah. No hesitation. And it was long. That's why the hands are on the head because that could have done it. But I think he was clearly over the board. If we get a replay, I think it was by, yeah, look, he's having a look at the plasticine. There's no doubt. Even from this angle, it was clear. This is round 5 out of 6. "19 centimetres separating first from third." And we go into the final round. This is the athlete in 8th place, Gumal Al-Fadili. He's got a best of 7 meters 31. He has improved in each of his first 3 rounds, but he needs to find at least 20 centimeters to get up to 5th. You do get that, fouls, as people are just reaching for those extra centimetres, but it is an issue for long jump that when you get to the second half, you know, there will be spectators doing rhythmic clapping, getting behind, and then it will be a sense of disappointment when they foul. And in a way, yes, the board is part of the discipline, but what if it's a really long jump? And even if you took it back to where they took off, it would be longer than the leader. So it's an investigation that's being carried out by World Athletics. It's not everybody's liking. You know, there's been some greats of long jump that don't want the board to come out of the equation, but it's being trialled, a longer takeoff area and laser technology to measure the actual distance of the jump. This is Salim Diwan of Nepal. He's jumped a personal best of 7:32 in round 2. At the moment, that's good for 7th place. Can he go further with his last attempt? That looked marginal. The official won't raise a red flag until he's out of the pit, a white flag until he's out of the pit, in case he walks back over his footprints. Doesn't look that chuffed with it, does he? So, a personal best though for the Nepalese athlete. I've been trying to count. There must be a team of 20 or 30 Nepalese?
13 of them. That was the largest
Okay.
contingent, in fact, from the foreign countries.
Very good. So we're working our way through in reverse order in this competition. We're into the top 6. Mohammed Muhassin of India has got a best of 7.52. To get into the prize money, he needs to find 11 centimetres. Final attempt, red flag straight away. So he will exit the competition in 6th place, and we've got 5 jumps left.
Boy has been among the long jumpers, Mohammad Anis Yahya. Surprises me today. It's not.
Well, he's looking at the replay of it. Very rangy jumper. You can see why he would go far. Quick on the runway. So that's not his best day. But let's see who's going to take this title, because it is very close. One moment of inspiration. I think this is the women's. Yeah, the sprint hurdles presentation.
Given a clearance of 6.09 meters.
It's long jump. It's the women's long jump presentation, slightly out of sequence.
Bhubaneshwar Mohammed.
So 4th place went to Mubasing Mohammed with 6.09. These presentations being made by Dr. Mukesh Mahaling, the Honourable Minister of Health, Family Welfare and Parliamentary Affairs, Electronics and Information, accompanied by Elisa Girish, who is the IAS Commissioner within the Odisha government setup. Those working at state level for Odisha must be chuffed about this. I mean, it's, you know, you take your chances, don't you, on staging something brand new, because there's nothing there to copy particularly, and it's all gone well, and it can only grow from here.
Representing Railway, Bhavani Yadav.
I think it's been a combination of the leadership right at the top, the Honorable Chief Minister, first Mr. Naveen Patnaik, and now the current Chief Minister, Mr. Mahi, led by the IAS and the IPS, that's the Indian Administrative Service and the Indian Police Service, get the entire thing together. So it's been an amazing team effort.
The winner of the first place and champion.
It's been a good day for India. That was Bhavi Yadav of the railway team, 6.13, and this is Sandra Babby of the JSW team.
Shaili Singh.
Shaili Singh, the winner from Uttar Pradesh. So 6.28 was the winning distance for her. Yadav 6.13 for second, Barbie 6.10 for third, and Mubasing 6.09 for fourth. And there's their checks. They'll get real ones to take to the bank. And the mascot each. Those are prized, you know. Those are very collectible.
Michael Phelps, 28 of them.
Yes, he does. Yeah.
We're only talking the Olympic Games.
Yeah, gold medals but every games has a mascot, and always the most popular merchandising item is the soft toy replica. So I'm just looking to see if that was Sharvanaz, because he has had just one valid jump so far. 8.04, sitting on the lead still. No, I think we've still got 3 jumps to come. They paused during that ceremony. So the situation in the long jump in this final round is Sharvanaz Khan, 2 valid jumps, 3 fouls, 8.04, personal best, the lead. Sri Shankar in second, 7.95, and Satyanathan, Lokesh Satyanathan in third at 7.85. Very, very tight. And this is Sri Shankar, who's in second. He needs to find 9 centimetres in the zone. Here we go. He's got to start with an 8 if he's going to take this. Oh, that's interesting. The official, raises the white. There's a good crowd down there. His coach celebrates with him. He's keeping his powder dry just for the moment. Does it begin with an 8? It's got to be in excess of 8.04. If it matches 8.04, he wins it on countback. Let's see. Dad celebrating. Dad knows what he's looking at as well. 8.13 takes the lead. There is one jump to come. There may be one final twist in the tail.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be witnessing the presentation ceremony for the women winners of 800 meters, and it will be our pleasure to invite the Honorable Member of the Legislative Assembly.
Do you know what? I think that's won it, because I think he was jumping last because he was leading at the halfway point. So that long jump, 8.09 by Khan, came in round 4. So Sri Shankar, with the last action of the whole Continental World Athletics Tour event, has taken the long jump title. And there's a big crowd there to support him as we go back to medal ceremonies.
On the victory podium of 800 meters, the 4th place winner had returned a timing of 2 minutes 09.53 seconds, representing Philippines, Bijoy Benalan.
Looks like the women's 800 meter ceremony.
The winner of the 3rd place returned a timing of 2 minutes 07.17 seconds, representing Chhattisgarh, Tota Sangeetana. The winner of the 2nd place with a timing of 2 minutes 06.96 seconds, representing Indian Oil Corporation Limited, Bhubaneshwar. The winner of the 1st place and champion of 800 meters had returned a timing of 2 minutes 04.31 seconds, representing Punjab, Amandeep Kaur.
You can see from the pictures that there are whole schools still here, mostly located on the first bend where all the noise was and all the faulty starts from their cheering. But when they watch that on the video replay, they should take a bow. And so should our 4 top place finishers in the women's 800 metres. It was a good race. It seems like a long time ago now, doesn't it?
It certainly has been, You mentioned about
Congratulations,
the 4 of them
winners,
out
and
there.
we thank our
These
guest
are
of
some of
honor.
the photographs which will always adorn the drawing room, small little houses that they would surely be having. They would occupy the pride of place.
Yeah, and it's a colourful sight, isn't it? They've made a big feature of that medal ceremony. It's not tucked away somewhere quiet. There's our dignitaries, 1 or 2 still to come for their turn on presentation. Everybody loves a selfie, though. The stadium looks grand. I hope you've enjoyed the colour and the spectacle and the noise. I hope that came across, even if it did trigger a few faulty starts.
The incentives, I think, was a snack box for the kids there.
I was just looking at that, actually. Yeah, that's the payoff. We've still got presentations to come, but I think 1 or 2 people around the arena and further afield will be breathing a sigh of relief, because this has gone about as well as you could hope for as a first attempt. We had some of those issues with kids being too noisy, but as I mentioned, Diamond League race organisers would love to have a problem like that, a youth profile and a real sort of lively young feel to the inaugural event.
That point about some of the other sports having an entourage of maybe a dozen officials out here, athletics, and that's what you mentioned, 30, 40, 50 of them, even at a meet of this nature. So
yeah, I mean, we are very thirsty on our volunteers. We rely heavily on the goodwill around the world of people that do this job, having been athletes or coaches themselves. And that's, without even thinking about roles like call room, photo finish, jury of appeal, even the ones you can just see. A javelin or a long jump competition requires 8 or 10 officials. So it's hats off to them around the world. They're the lifeblood of the sport. And the stadium staff, we should mention them, because I've not been here before, but it's one of the smartest looking stadiums you could have as a designated athletics venue. Here we go, we continue with our medal ceremonies.
Winners of 1500 meters. It will be our pleasure to request Sri Samir Mohanty, President of Odisha Olympic Association, to present the checks, and we request Sri Deepankar Mohan Patra, IAS, Chief Executive Officer, Hockey Promotion Council of Odisha, to present the mementos.
this was the battle, Jeff, between Lily Das and Pooja, the diminutive Lily Das and the taller of the 2 Pooja.
Well, you can see they're almost recreating it there as they go down the straight one last time. Das in front, but the taller figure behind her, stalking her, waiting for a moment, and it brought her a victory, a notable one.
The 4th place winner, clocking a timing of 4 minutes 35.90 seconds, representing Uttar Pradesh, Vinitha Gujjar. The winner of the third place with a timing of 4 minutes 27.14 seconds, representing Punjab, Amandeep Kaur. Winner of the second place clocked the timing of 4 minutes 17.66 seconds, representing Uttarakhand, Lily Das. The winner of the first place and the champion of 1500 meters, clocking 4 minutes 15.13 seconds from Haryana, Pooja. Congratulations, winners, and we thank our guest of honors.
That cheering noise you may have been able to hear in the background is the long jump finalists taking their exit from the stadium, walking around the bend where all the school kids still are. And Gumar Al-Fahidi of Iraq was orchestrating them. So he only managed 8th place in the long jump final. I think he's got quite a future as a children's entertainer. Got them leaping up and cheering and following along with a wave. And yes, they can see themselves on the giant screen. We still have a couple of thousand people in the stadium seeing these presentations through to a conclusion.
Ladies and gentlemen,
And here we go with our next.
The presentation ceremony for the men winners of 200 meters. It will be our pleasure to invite Sri Suryabanshi Suraj, Honorable Minister for Higher Education, Sports and Youth Services, Odia Language, Literature and Culture to present the checks, and we request the Vice President of World Athletics, Dr. Adil J. Sumariwala, to present the mementos.
What a day this has been for Animesh Kujur. We saw him in action in one of the first events this morning where he only ran half of his heat in the men's 100 metres, came back to win his 200 metre heat and won this, probably the race of the day, over one of the furthest travel competitors, Ko Seung-wan of Korea.
The winner of the third place with 21.17 seconds, representing Tamil Nadu, G. Raghul Kumar. The winner of the second place with a timing of 20.95 seconds, representing Republic of Korea, Ko Seung-wan.
So just to reprise the athletes you're looking at there, Luke Dorrell of Great Britain took fourth place, 21.23. Raghul Kumar took third place, 21.17. Ko Seung-wan of Korea, 20.95. And the winner, he didn't seem to be in any doubt, but we've been chatting about him all day, wondering exactly what the master plan was, but it came off because Animesh Kujur of India wins in 20.77, as he always intended to.
The winner of the first place and the champion of 200 meters with 20.77 seconds, representing Odisha,
the number one spot of the gold medal and habit over the last year or so that I've been privileged to commentate and watch him in action. He is certainly a wonderful boy. He was playing football when he was a young boy, and he came to this stadium and watched some of the athletes practice. He walked across to the Reliance coach Martin Owens and said, "Can I take to athletics?" which was just about 5 or 6 years ago.
I'm not local, but I know that is the Chief Minister because I've seen him on all the hoardings and billboards. So he's here for the final presentation. That is the Honourable Chief Minister Mohan Charan Marji, Odisha's State Chief Minister. He's here for the final presentations.
Flanked on the right-hand side by the current President of the Athletic Federation of India, a double Olympian, shot putter Bahadur Singh Sagu.
Yeah, remember him. And the previous presentation was done by Adil Sumariwala, Senior Vice President of World Athletics. So the dignitaries are here. I hope they've enjoyed what they've seen. Some of them have been stressing about the mechanisms going on in the background and all of the connecting parts that make a great athletics meeting. But we've still got a crowd here, and we've still got 4, maybe 5 presentations to come.
and write your autobiography one particular day, would this have a chapter in the autobiography?
Well, you only get one chance to have a first of anything, don't you? And the first Continental Tour in India, as he greets the winner of the 200 metres, the Chief Minister. Oh, for a photo. It was a great first impression, wasn't it? And it will give the inertia, the momentum to springboard up to hopefully the next level, silver level World Athletics Continental Tour, then gold, and then who knows. And there is the opportunity to have 4 editions of this event before the 2036 Olympic Games are awarded. So I think that's in people's minds, that it can be a growing process.
The dream of every child. I just saw the India at the back of the tracksuit out there. Whichever country you represent, that's the dream of every child.
Oh yeah, and in a country as populous as this, it's a special achievement, because you've got to come through several layers of participation to represent the team. So, yeah, it's a big year coming up as well, a Commonwealth Games year in Glasgow for Team India.
I always wanted to ask you, would that be unique where you commentated on your son's world event?
I don't think it's happened before. It is pretty unusual. I think there may have been somebody in equestrian, but they were on the stream, whereas I was in the stadium. So, yeah, unusual.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the presentation to the women winners of 200 meters. We will now be requesting Mr. Namdev Shirgaonkar, President of Taekwondo
Oh, that's
India,
us. I'm so sorry to
kindly
interrupt
present the
your
checks.
viewing with
And we
Mia
request
Milland.
Mr.
But this has been our
Joint
little commentary
Secretary,
box where we've been
Athletics
stuck for the
Federation of
evening.
India,
Let's look at
to
some far more
present the
attractive people
mementos.
receiving their awards.
Yes, it's been a fabulous event, as you said. So much plus, so much of joy. It wasn't so much for the records that we were really looking at. We were looking at the joy of being on a platform. And when you have the first of these type of an events where you do, I still remember as a young kid, 10-year-old, I said, I must go and watch the Olympic Games one day and the 100 meters final. And in
On the
Sydney
victory
first,
podium
and
of
then in
200
Athens
meters,
when I
the fourth place
commentated
winner
on,
clocking
the 100 meters final,
24.89
interviewed
seconds,
Maurice Green
representing
and
Madhya
Justin
Pradesh,
Gatlin, who was the ultimate
Vijay
winner.
Kumari.
That dream came true, which I dreamt as a 10-year-old boy.
Yeah, Athletics Stadium is a theatre of dreams for all sorts of people. I mean, who knows? We've still got plenty of kids in the stadium. They may be die-hard fans or just have a late bus booked. But it failed to be inspired by this, because these are people from your state. They look like you. They move like you. They're from India. And they've trained hard, got good at something. And that could be you. That could be
The
you.
winner of the third place with 24.56 seconds, representing Karnataka, Unnati Ayappa.
That's Unnati Ayappa, the daughter of Pramila Bolanda, double Olympian, heptathlon long jump. Father Ayappa, her coach. She trains at the Continental Stadium in Bangalore. Jeff, you're going to hear much more about her. I'm not just flattering her because I know her parents very well, but this girl
The
has
winner
come
of
from
the
the
second
junior
place
ranks
with a
now,
timing of
doing very well at the
24.11
senior
seconds,
ranks.
representing Telangana.
Sometimes you just need a bit of
Nitya
luck, a bit
Gandhi.
of avoiding injury, avoiding illness, not letting exams distract you too much or divert you from what you want to achieve. So it is a very colourful picture, isn't it, this? I'd like to see what some of the stills look like. Red, white and blue, floodlights on, green of the infield. It's a very vivid memory, isn't it?
The winner of the first place and
imagine
the
being in
champion of 200
Vladivostok
meters,
in the
with
winters
a
when
timing
it's
of
white, or in Dras
23.95
and Ladakh when it's
seconds,
fully white.
representing
Nature has
NCOE
created
Bangalore,
something very different for us.
Young Angel
The
Sylvia.
use of various colors that give us the joy. Just imagine a white out there, you go mad. A black out there, you go mad, isn't it?
Colour always adds, and this has been a very vivid event. And we're still going with medal presentations. Thanks if you're still with us. It's Jeff Whiteman with Milan Wagli in Bhubaneshwar, the venue for the first ever World Athletics Continental Tour event to be held in India. It won't be the last. And although the stands look empty behind, I can tell you that
Congratulations,
on the
winners,
first bend,
and we
they are
thank
still
our
absolutely
guest of
rammed.
honours.
They're absorbing every last moment of this. 3, maybe 4 medal ceremonies still to come.
Going back to that word dream, I still remember talking to Roger Kingdom, 110 hurdles, and in a 20-minute chat with him, I think he used the word, I had a dream when I was young. He said I was never in the same class as, very humble, he said I was never in the same class as a Jesse Owens or a Carl Lewis, but I had a dream. I came from the ghettos of New York and I had a dream to win an Olympic medal, and he said all dreams come true.
We remember Roger Kingdom because he was a bull of a man. He could hit hurdles and the hurdle would always come off worst. He never diverted from his path, metaphorically and literally.
That's the crowd that we just did mention. Very patient. Felicitations to the Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Maji, by the President of the AFI, Bahadur Singh Sagu.
And you can see there a little bit of a breeze. We haven't really detected that. All of the wind gauge readings in the horizontal jumps and those that we saw in the sprints were quite marginal. But beneath the eaves, the undercroft of the stand, there is a little bit of a swirling wind there.
Lalit Bhanot, the father figure of at the AFI, being honored by the Honorable Chief Minister. How can you miss out this gentleman, can you?
Adil Sumariwala has played his part not just in India but wider Asia and global athletics. He's put in a shift. The
International Olympic Committee, I think, annual general body meeting in Mumbai at the Geo Center at the Ambani's place. And the great Sepko was there. And I requested Adil Sumariwala if I could have an autograph. He said, why an autograph? You must come and meet him. And, it was such an honor to meet Sepko. I took an autograph and Sepko turned around and told me, don't you want a photograph with me? And that photograph, I'm sure, will hold a pride of place for me.
Yeah, and he has an Indian grandmother. He could have run for India as well, so he has strong feelings for this part of the world. These are really thank yous, aren't they, from the Honourable Chief Minister to those that have made it happen at every level, within the stadium, within the city, within the state. They did a great job.
That period in the 1980s when you had the 800 and the 1500 meters, where you had Cram, Ovitt and Co. How did that come about?
It was just a rivalry that built through their teenage years into the Olympic Games. We've not been able to repeat it particularly since, but it was also an era when there was an intense spotlight on athletics. So for some of their record attempts, we interrupted our primetime news programs to go over to the track in wherever it was, Zurich or Brussels, to watch their record attempts with no guarantee of an outcome live during the main primetime news bulletin. I don't think we'll see times like that again.
Sandip Mehta, the Secretary of the Athletic Federation of India, being honored by the Honorable Chief Minister.
They can actually, across the other side of the track, they can see the same picture that you're seeing now. So they are aware that they are centre stage, literally. And the children have gone quite trouble. How would you describe Odisha? Somebody said the state of temples, that's its big sort of landmark feature, but A lot more to it than that, isn't there?
Well, this is a state which has flourished. Industries have come up, and the money starts coming in. So as a result of which, there is an impetus to various other things. Sports being one of them. With your busy schedule out here, you've not had the pleasure and the privilege of going around the complex. But remember, yesterday we went to the hockey
Centre,
stadium.
yeah, it's fantastic.
World class, of course. Just behind this athletic stadium, you have an indoor stadium. You got a badminton arena, which is built like a shuttlecock.
Saw that. Yeah.
So there's plenty, and there are hostels out here which house these athletes from various sports. You have virtually every infrastructure, whether it's sports science, sports medicine, nutrition, so on and so forth. And I think that culture now coming in not only in Odisha but in other states as well. Bihar, for example, there is a place called Rajgir, which is about an hour away from the capital Patna, where the Nalanda University is, where the Asian Hockey Championships are going to be held.
For the
They have
men
a similar
winners of javelin
structure
throw,
coming up, and I think
it'll
that
be
is
our
spreading to the
pleasure
length
to
and breadth
request
of
the
this
Honourable
country.
I think
Chief
the
Minister,
politicians realise that the
Agriculture
public
and
likes
Farmers
to see the
Empowerment,
country do well in
Energy,
sport.
Government of
That's
Odisha,
where our whole
Shri
lottery
Kanak Vardhan
funding
Singh
system
Dio
for elite
to
athletes
kindly
transformed
present
us
the
from
cheque. And we
one gold
request
medal in
Shri
1996 to
Sachin
top of the podium in
Ajadov,
2012.
IAS,
It's what people
Commissioner
want to
cum
see when they
Secretary,
turn on the television.
Sports and
The
Youth
medal
Services
ceremonies
Department,
continue.
to kindly present the memento. On the victory podium of javelin throw, the winner of the fourth place with a performance of 80.35 meters representing Uttar Pradesh, Rohit Yadav.
So you've probably guessed that these well-nourished individuals are the men's javelin throwers who gave us such a great competition. The furthest sector line, which is just behind his right shoulder, still marked out on the infield, took a right battering from all of them. It was some outstanding throws right from the first round. It was just kicking off, and the crowd absolutely loving it because you can see who's doing what, you can see where it lands, you can see the point of release, and it was a
representing
very
Sri
exciting
Lanka,
competition.
Sumedha Ranasinghe.
Number 4, 80 meters plus, and all of them 80 meters plus. This is what the javelin throw is all about in today's era.
There was a time when 80 metres was absolutely on the cusp of winning global medals, and we've just had a renaissance. It started in this part of the world, but suddenly every continent is producing great male and female javelin throwers, and the distances are going further and further.
Of 80.73 meters, representing Maharashtra, Shivam Lokare.
I'm very glad they got a tall dignitary to present these prizes. It would have been a struggle for anybody less substantial than him. He's tall enough to be a javelin thrower himself, isn't he?
The winner of the first place and the champion of javelin throw with a performance of 86.50 meters, representing Sri Lanka, Rumesh Tarange.
So Sri Lanka launched a bit of a raiding party on the subcontinent here to take first and third in javelin, which is so cherished by India. But that's how it works. They looked over the fence and saw how well their neighbours were doing and thought, well, we can do this too.
I give this as an example where the International Cricket Conference and the Asian Cricket Conference has India as one of the leaders in the world of cricket, sending delegations and coaches to various parts of Asia. And that has inspired countries like the Nepal, who scored some
Congratulations,
600 runs in a T20 game,
honors.
and some of the other countries. And likewise in athletics, at some of the national events, you have the Nepalese side, the Sri Lankan side, they come in here. The walking events where the Sri Lankans and the others come in. So the big daddy, of course, has to lead by an example to make sure that sports flourishes. And that perhaps is the reason as to why the Sri Lankans, you look at number 4 and number 1 there, 80 meters and 86 meters respectively.
Well, and maybe the progression is that over time, this venue here at Bhubaneshwar hosts a higher level of competition, and places like Sri Lanka start to host bronze level and challenger level events and want their home athletes to have that advantage and build the facilities as well.
Yes, 2017 we had the Asian track and the Kalinga Stadium, and the Odisha government has just not looked back. 8 years later, today they've now come to a stage where a world event is now taking place out here.
There are only two truly global sports. One is football and the other one is track and field. In others, although they think cricket, you think you're global, you're not really. It's not played everywhere. And athletics, everybody knows roughly how quick they can run, how far they can throw, and how they can jump. And the sport is there to, if they're good at it or enjoy it, they can go right the way through. And
200 plus nations, isn't it?
Yeah. It's every nation can send somebody, and generally even a South Pacific island of a few thousand will send either a sprinter or a marathon runner.
Yes. So yes, these are words, of course, which you're listening out here would inspire you to take up to track and field. They say the mother of all sports. You jump, you run, and you leap in every sport, athletics. And you go back to what, 76 BC or even before that, when it all started in Olympia, and the tradition now continues.
Yeah, Greeks and ancient Roman. It's a very, very simple sport at heart, and I think it retains that simplicity. We've got synthetic tracks, we've got glass fibre poles and things like that, but it is still, at essence, it is one-on-one competing. Who can jump highest, who can run furthest or quickest, and who can throw farthest. And it's a very pure sport, really.
You know, and that's the reason why I get a little emotional when you go back to the 1920s and the 1930s and the decathlons of those days. Jesse Owens of 1936. They ran in different conditions. They participated in different conditions. Spiridon Lewis, the first marathon winner in 1896. And today, look at we're coming to sub 2 hours now in the marathon from 3 hours those days. So technological improvements now making so much of an impact on today's generation.
Yeah, I mean, we have to cherish our history. Athletics is a sport that everybody knows. The trouble is, it's a lot of people's second favourite sport. They don't get passionate about it in the way they do with team sports like football and cricket. But it is very inclusive. We have para sport and every size, shape, age, disability, and diverse inclusivity that you could think of. But we also have to look to the future. What will appeal to these kids and their kids? Will they still be coming to a venue like this to watch events like this, or will it become a 1 hour format, or how will athletics evolve? Because it must. Audiences change, participants change, TV tastes change, but today's been a good day for athletics.
Roger Bannister, for example, is always spoken about. And that's why I keep on emphasizing at various places where I go, Jeff, that history is so important for us. If you remember the way you come, today these athletes, and I must draw your attention to these athletes, the younger athletes now, they fly every place. They go and stay in good 4-star hotels, 5-star hotels. I'm not trying to suggest that's the important part of it. But go back to the times when Adil Sumariwala or some of the others actually slept in dormitories. And look at the journey today where corporate houses, where the government, where the state government, the Indian government today is pumping in money. You got NGOs today who are making sure that sports gets the impetus that it should, because that brings you a camaraderie, that brings the nations of the world together.
Yeah, and for a first hosting of this event, to have 19 visiting nations, and we've had Africans, we've had Europeans, it's been fantastic. And the essence of sport is the people you meet, the places you go, the things you do. They're the things that you'll remember. Maybe if you ran a personal best or if you threw a personal best, but it is about friendship. If you meet somebody else in athletics, you and I only met yesterday.
That's right.
We've got common ground because we love athletics. And we just need more people to really love athletics. And this helps.
We spoke of Papua New Guinea. How many people would know which part of the world Papua Guinea is? But they are out here to participating and they'll go back and perhaps they'll talk of the hospitality, they'll talk of the competition, they'll talk of winners, they'll talk of losers. We all learn from our failures in life, and they would go back to the drawing board again. The Nepalese would go back and say, as you did mention earlier on, that 13 of us have set the benchmark today for the future of Nepalese athletics. So yes.
Yeah, I mean, a venue like this and an occasion like this will get talked about. And next year, more people will want to come. They'll see the performances, they'll see the hospitality and the opportunity to visit a country like this, perhaps for the first time, and word will spread.
Ladies and gentlemen,
but it has to start somewhere, and this
we
was
will now
a brilliant
be
start. We're
witnessing
going
the
with
presentation
another
ceremony
presentation
for
of
the
awards.
men winners of 4 times 400 meters relay. It will be our pleasure and privilege to request
We
the
are heading now
Honorable
to
Chief
the
Minister of
presentation, I
Odisha,
suspect, of the
Shri
4x400 meters
Mohan
relay,
Charan
where
to kindly present the checks.
the last
And
10
we do
meters I
request Shri
gave the
Bahadur
verdict,
Singh
I had to take
Sagu,
it back.
the President
Sri
of
Lanka
Athletics
broke
Federation
everybody's
of
hearts.
India
I think they've been
to present
forgiven
the
because it was an
memento.
amazing race, and that guy just ran an amazing leg. I'd like to see what he can do individually over the next year or two, because he's got real wheels, the Sri Lankan anchor leg. I don't think there'll be a lot of joy from the Indians waving here. They'll feel like they let the side down. They didn't. They provided a great race.
On the victory podium, the winners of the 3rd place are from Iraq for having clocked a timing of 3 minutes 08.74 seconds.
So great honour for these athletes. It's the Honourable Chief Minister Mohan Charan Marji, Chief Minister of Odisha, presenting these awards. And I think they've had to adjust for the fact that they're individual podiums. So just the skipper. Oh no, they all take a step up. Look at that, a nice little baton handover from the Chief Minister.
Thing which has
The
changed
winners of the
in the
2nd
Olympic
place had
movement,
clocked a timing
when
of
you
3
look at the
minutes
Honorable Chief Minister, is
08.37 seconds.
the likes of
And the
Sepko being
team
the
is
head of the World
India.
Athletics Body, Christy Coventry, the great swimmer from Zimbabwe, now heading the International Olympic Committee. And then before that, you had the likes of Sergei Bubka. You had the rowing boy. What was it? 7 times Olympian?
Redgrave, Steve Redgrave.
7 times
Yeah.
Olympian. So
Yeah, it is getting more athlete-centred at international federations. That wasn't always the case, but you're right. Those appointments have made a big difference. They're ex-athletes who understand how athletes tick and will provide a sport that enables everybody to flourish. I'm just looking at the smiles. Are they smiles or are they crocodile tears from the Indian team? They led and they led and they led, and then they got pipped at the post, literally.
The winners of the 1st place and the champions of 4 times 400 meters relay clocked a timing of 3 minutes 08.22 seconds. And the winning team is Sri Lanka.
they surely need a standing ovation, don't they?
Yes, I mean, all 3 teams stayed together very well. That could have been a procession, instead of which it was closer than some of the sprint races that we've seen today, over 100 and 200. But after 1,600 metres of racing, there was very little to choose. The difference was the Sri Lankan anchor runner.
Yes, likewise, the Iraqi contingent, the quartet was good as well. So
I think they were in my lift at lunchtime. I wondered what their speciality was, and they were pretty good at 4x4. And the fireworks have begun in the background. The drone's going up to explore. There it is. Bhubaneshwar at night, the Honourable Chief Minister,
Congratulations.
with one
Winners,
presentation
and
still
we do
to come
thank
for the long
the
jump.
Honorable Chief
Men's
Minister
long
of
jump.
Odisha, Sri Mohan Charan Maji, for having honored the winners. We do thank Sri Bahadur Singh Sagu, the President of Athletics Federation of India.
So we are going to wrap things up now with apologies to that final presentation. They gave us a great grand finale, the men's long jump. So that's it from the Kalinga Stadium in Bhubaneshwar in India. It was the first ever, did we mention it? The first ever Continental Tour event in India, and it was a great success. Congratulations to everybody who made that happen. It was a huge team. Well done to Ravinder Chowdhury, who can now breathe a sigh of relief and relax. And from me, Jeff Whiteman and Milind Wagley, it's goodbye.